time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisor Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. And we welcome you to participate in a wide variety of ways. The Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. You can call in. Doug, historically, you've said Wednesdays are for the calls.
Always have, yeah.
314-974-0101. Then you got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. And you are not happy this morning because the Cardinals should have won again, but they didn't.
It's true. So I'm not going to be much good to you. So you guys are going to have to take this show and run with it. Just have fun with it. Just make it your own, because I'm going to need some recovery time. That was another winnable game. Got away from them there. Nice comeback. Knocked out maybe the best pitcher in the game, one of them anyway. Had a real chance, but just couldn't close the deal.
And the series is on the line today.
Well, I don't
it
care
is.
about the series. Just get the wins.
Well, if they win today, they win the series.
Right.
Kind of a big deal.
The attendance was 31,766. The over covered substantially. Jackson, you were at the game.
Yes.
Wow.
What ballpark attendance would you give it?
In terms like pure number, like what I think the actual number was.
Yes.
How many people do you think were in the building?
Oh boy, that's when you get
was
talked down to like
condescending.
that. That's a sign of an alliance falling apart.
Well, I'm always, but remember like when they would have a big jar of jelly beans, I was like, guess how many jelly beans were in here? I would be like 2,000 off. So it's not really what I'm good at, but I'll give it it was a lot more filled than what I've seen on television over the last couple weeks.
Fight Cardinals, beat Tigers.
Like truly more. There was obviously like in the 400 section, like whole sections empty, probably 5 or 6 whole sections empty or 3 or 4 people in them. But the better seats, pretty filled up, better, way better. So yeah, I think high 20s, about right.
Okay.
Mid to high 20s sounds about right.
All right, good analysis.
And energy,
We're back.
When Vic Scott scored on the sac fly, legit loud, like legit energy in the ballpark. That was not. People were into that, so that was good to see.
Well, the weather is great today for the infidelity game. This will be a Jim Dandy for the Busmans. You going to the Busmans?
No, I almost won a raffle at Broadway Oyster Bar before the game.
Almost won a raffle.
I was just a couple. Just a couple off, and I could have got 2 ducats to the Busmans.
A couple off of what?
Of this raffle. I was only a couple of numbers off.
So it
this
was
raffle.
0843, and you had 0846.
Yeah, I think I was 419 or something. It came up 406.
I'll be
what are you gonna do?
Doug, 12:15 start. The total is 8.5. Now the Tigers are traveling and will take on Cleveland tomorrow. That's where Jack Flaherty will get the start. They moved the rotation around with injuries, and the Cardinals start Palante. 8.5. Beautiful weather. The Tam Avenue Capital Partners are meeting on making a play.
Are you?
But we have not released that play to the public. We want the line to move on us.
Okay.
Might have another cash call tomorrow, though.
Yeah. Brent Herrera starting for the Tigers. He's pitching well this year, so the Cardinals may not score much. So could be a quick game. Could be a quick one.
Let's not forget, Virgin thought there were 50,000 U.S. senators. I don't buy his guess on attendance. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
I guess there was 50,000 senators. There's a lot of representatives. I don't remember.
435.
Yeah, but there's only 2 senators per state.
That's right.
I think that's false. I think
That sounds like it. 50,000. No one would guess 50,000.
Was that from Warson Woods Wacko?
It was.
Yeah, he can't be trusted.
No,
He can't be trusted, really?
Not with that kind of stuff.
Layoff Jackson. Maybe you can get Torrey Holt on to see how many fans he thought there were. That's from Arbor Day. Doug, what does that mean?
I don't know.
Is that a shot at all of our Rams fodder?
Not from Arbor Day. Arbor Day is one of the greatest texters in the history of the program.
No, but is he sideways with any Rams talk?
Arbor Day call in.
Or is it because Torrey has a weird finger and he would add weird if he was adding on his finger?
314-974-010 and 701. And Dougie needs a cuddle. That's from the 636.
Well, you can't have it. You cannot have it. Cue up there, Francesca. Can I come meet you? No. Can I cuddle? No.
Did Jackson reward himself with Dippin' Dots and helmet nachos? That's from Eric in the Central West End.
No, I've never been a Dippin' Dots guy. I think it's...
That was supposed to really catch on.
Yeah, I think it's like a flash in the pan thing. It was hot for a little bit, but ice cream is so superior, that I would never get that. And not really a nacho guy, being honest.
What about if they were in helmets, though?
No, that sounds way worse. It sounds like it would get way soggier. That's my beef with nachos is it's like cereal. If you don't eat it immediately, it gets super soggy and nasty. I'm a pastrami dog guy at the ballpark through and through.
Wow. How did you end up going? Was that a last-second invite?
Yeah, buddy of mine.
Private Citizen Pete, I think, right?
He was there. But buddy of mine was organizing something for like his work friends.
Oh, yeah, oatmeal. Had to put that
the
together.
Ken Dog.
The Ken Dog.
The Ken Dog.
Such a cute little nickname.
The Ken Dog was
Does
organized.
everybody have a nickname? You're like a hockey club.
I do it so that I don't have to say their real names on the air. No, just to protect him.
Martin, you might remember my buddy, the cat named the Human Ashtray.
Yeah, it's Ken Dog's better than the Human Ashtray, although it's Human Ashtray way funnier. But he was organizing something for work, and a couple people dropped out and said, "You want to go to the game?" I said, "Absolutely." I love baseball.
Good for you. Good for being a part of it, getting behind the squad.
The home run that was hit on the fourth pitch of the game came about 2 feet from me.
Oh.
On the one hop. I could have grabbed it on the one hop.
You dropped your pastrami dog.
No, before I got the pastrami dog. I ran up the bleachers to try to get it. Couldn't do it. Couldn't grab
Have
it.
you ever caught a ball in a game?
Yeah. David Wright hit one at Chase Stadium backwards, and it hit off my cousin's arm, and I stole it.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Huh. This was at Shea Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Rich Gould called that a toilet bowl, Martin. He said Shea Stadium was a toilet bowl.
Yeah.
I remember going and thinking, wow, Busch Stadium is way nicer than this.
Yeah, it was.
It had a little grit to it, I would say. Shay.
I love Marty. I just hate the Rams and Demoff. Also, Dippin' Dots are good for kids because it doesn't get all over the place. That's from Arbor Day.
Super fair. Okay. As a kid who could only eat popsicles outside with my shirt off because I was so messy, I respect that.
Topless?
Popsicle, yeah, because I was really messy as a kid.
So your parents didn't want your shirt ruined.
Correct. So
Have a popsicle, Jackie, but go out back and give me that shirt you're wearing.
I also had to practice the saxophone outside because I was so bad.
Warson Woods Wacko is back and says you did say there were 50,000 senators. It was on QFTA Liar. You said there were 50,000 U.S. senators over the lifetime of this great country. Take a vitamin and improve your memory. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. He's not happy this morning.
So I must have been confusing senators and representatives. Because representatives, if there's 435 a session, then...
Do you feel good about there being 50,000 in the history of
Again,
our...
a slip of the tongue. No one would think there's 50,000.
At the end of the day, it's like, who cares? But I guess if Warson Woods Wacko wants to be negative this morning, then have at it, you know?
You're in a positive place because the Thunder.
Thunder, life in general. But
Beautiful day in the St. Louis area.
It's gorgeous.
Look out, we're looking south, outbound to Creve Coeur, Missouri. Where else would you want to be, Doug?
Nowhere but right here.
Why be positive when you control?
Cheap pops.
Well, if they had 50,000 senators, it would take forever to take a vote in the Senate.
Yeah, again, if I said that, then I apologize.
There's an apology.
You'd need a whole stadium to fit them all.
Do you need some time away?
No, I like being here.
Okay.
I like hanging out with you guys.
Since you don't support coworkers, I'll tell you. BK tweeted that the announced attendance was 31,766. That was the largest since opening day. Sharon, Clayton, Star, Real Housewives, TMA.
Hey, I want to ask you a big favor. How about I come up to the station on Friday? Could I come up and meet you?
No.
But the whole backstory is it was really sad. He'd worked in TV and radio, Doug. He just had some
Instant
bad luck.
credibility.
I think he might have been out of work, and he just kind of needed a little pick-me-up. And then it got to that point, and it was still
Shut down.
a hard no.
How do you hang up the phone after that? What do you think of yourself?
Chris in Massapequa. What's up, Chris?
Hey, Mike, I want to slap your big butt cheeks.
All right, there's a guy very
he got through. That wasn't all right on
with
that.
a very big comment to elevate the program. Bob in Manhattan. What's up, Bob?
Martin, that's what he did. 5 hours a day.
It just kept going.
5-6 million a year. Just took calls.
Took calls and watched
It's fine. You want to call and say it doesn't matter.
Why don't we do that?
Flying down to Florida on Friday.
We could do that, even if we just split the $5 million.
All right, fair enough. Chairman Kurt, be ready because they're coming in. They're going to want to slap Doug's big butt cheeks.
I'd let him for $5 million.
That'd be whole 2-hour segments, just call after call after call.
Let's do it. 969, what's up?
Yeah, every other one just like that. Someone trolling them.
On today's Stiefel dossier, before and after all of the phone calls, Lance Lynn will join us at 9 o'clock. Lance Lynn, friend of the show?
All right.
In a way, a friend of the show, Martin, because in the years you were gone, we would do the program down there from that picnic table at spring training. I think you had a picnic table session. I think we did it from the picnic table.
Like 05-ish?
05-ish, yeah. That might have been the Chris Carpenter shushing. And Lance Lynn let us know that he wanted to set our picnic table on fire with jet fuel. And one day after...
Because he was enjoying the show?
And then we finally were able to get Adam Wainwright after pestering him for the days that we were there. But for whatever reason, he brought his heavies to the picnic table while he did his interview, and the heavies were supporting producer, coordinating producer, Matt Holliday, and Lance Lynn, and they stood over Wainwright as we asked questions such as, who's big for you?
Big for? They pushed us around.
They did. Then the Plowhawk, who was charged by Iggy to get a ball autographed at spring training, which usually is frowned upon, but Iggy said he got it cleared with the Cardinals. After what was an unfortunate interview with Adam Wainwright, Matt Holliday, and our guest at 9 o'clock, Lance Lynn, the Plowhawk walked up to Matt and said, hey, will you still autograph the baseball? And Holliday slapped it out of his hands and then went to his vehicle.
There's nothing worse than a comfortable media person.
Is that Lance Lynn?
Yes.
I never knew that on the drop. Yeah. So it sounds like the interview didn't go well and the assignment was unfulfilled.
That's correct. You're checking boxes.
But Wainwright showed up. He brought muscle. Is that what the Mizzou professor said? I need some muscle around here.
Yep. And the thing is, we ratcheted our game up by just stumbling all over ourselves.
I feel bad for
So
the
you think
Plowhawk.
you'll have a big season, guys?
And then Holliday's like, you bother this guy all week to sit down, and this is all you have for him?
Yeah.
And then even Wainwright goes, yeah, come on, guys. I mean, if Wainwright's dunking on you.
What did Lance Lynn, what was his role? Just silently intimidating?
Scary as the day is long. Muscle. Yeah. Absolutely. Yep.
Did he come into the game, or did Zipchinski come in when the skipper said, yeah, I said Lynn, and they thought I said Zipchinski because those two have always rhymed?
One of them was in the bathroom, though, right?
I think it might have been. We might have to revisit that. Remember that one time in Texas? It was like the World Series and stuff.
Respectfully, no one cares about this senator talk. Can we please move on? That's from caller Ellen, not happy with Jackson and the Orson Woods wacko this morning.
I'm more than happy to move on.
Another real housewife of TMA.
Yeah. I think she seems too rational, you know? Kind of need a little bit of, irrational.
Hey, guys, this is the Shea Stadium of radio. Thanks. That's from the 618.
Well,
that's fair.
Hey, Orson Woods wacko, your Battlehawks flag fell off your carport and is sitting on your John boat. Lay off Jackson and get your shine box. That's from the 636.
Shout out to the 636.
Get your shine box.
That was a Jennings Randolph Jr.
He's so good.
Phrase. LaRussa wanted Mott instead of Lynn. That's from the 314. Is that correct? Is that what it was?
I thought there was some Zipchinski mixed in there.
Story's better if it's Zipchinski.
Because, no, that's what made it crazy. Is it made no sense. And then Charlie said the Dallas Morning Show. What is it? The Ticket that's really popular.
Yeah, they got a great
do
show.
a lot of imitations, but they just are exaggerated, which I appreciate.
Yeah,
They're not trying. And Charlie said they had a guy pretending to be LaRusse, but he was extremely Italian. He's like, hey, what's going on, fellas? Let's have a couple of meatballs for breakfast. But first, let's bring in Zipchinski. Yeah? He said it was hilarious because it was so absurd. And now I don't remember the story, but it was very confusing. And it almost, not to sound like Frank Thomas, it almost cost them the World Series.
Yep. Well, Doug, 2-2 series at that point, I believe, with the unfortunate incident in Arlington. Let's see here. Enough. St. Louis Billikens baseball beat Fordham 10-2 in the A10 baseball tournament. That should be the lead, bitches. That's from the 314.
I saw McGuire hit a home run in that game.
Mark's son.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, that's super cool. I didn't know he was on the Billikens.
Yeah.
Wonder if Big Mac slides into town to go to some of those games, I bet.
I could see that. 636. I don't have a John boat. I have a 38-foot center console Danzy.
Danzy Swanson.
Center console.
You loser. That's from the Orson Woods wacko. So now the Orson Woods wacko is sideways with the 636, and he's also sideways, of course, with Mr. Licks. Hey, Tim, do you guys want to have sex on Thursday? That's from the recovering alcoholic. And, Doug, this is what we got. But here is Lisa. She lifts us up. She's a gem. She's been a gem since day one of the balloon party. And she says, morning, guys. Have a nice Wednesday. Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you so much.
What a palate cleanser.
Kind words.
What a palate cleanser.
That felt better. Okay, maybe now we can continue.
Now we're good.
All right.
Tim, do you have time for a quick follow-up?
I do. Doug is not taking questions.
Okay, this is just a follow-up here. LaRussa, after Young's double, called to the Cardinals bullpen. According to a detailed recap from the late, great Cardinals beat reporter Joe Strauss, LaRussa asked bullpen coach Derek Lilliquist to warm up left-hander Mark Zipchinski and stretch out closer Jason Mott. Apparently, Lilliquist didn't hear the Mott instruction. Maybe I slurred it, LaRussa said. So he sat idle as Dotel strikes out Beltre, intentionally walks Nelson Cruz. La Russa, who had thought that Mott, who was warming up, would thus be ready for the right-handed hitting Mike Napoli if he came up. So he brings in Zipchinski to face lefty David Murphy. Lefty gave up an infield single, loading the bases for Napoli. Mott wasn't ready, so La Russa was forced to throw Zipchinski against the lefty mashing Napoli. La Russa, frustrated, called for Mott to finally get going, but for reasons that still aren't entirely clear, the bullpen interpreted him as calling for Lance Lynn, who had thrown 2 1/3 innings the previous night and was thought to be unavailable. Lynn shrugged and got throwing. He watched as Napoli hit a 1-1 fastball over the head of Craig in right field, giving the Rangers a 4-2 lead. La Russa would later call the Zipchinski-Napoli matchup a bad dream. So somehow, Derek Lilliquist was having some audio issues, apparently.
La Russa probably said, get Mott going. We want to get him in. Did you say Lynn? No, in. Lynn? Okay.
After Zipchinski stayed in and struck out the left-handed hitting Moreland, La Russa called to the bullpen to bring in Mott, who, as far as he thought, had been warming up for 3 hitters now. He hadn't gotten up once. So the Cardinal bullpen coaches then sent in Lynn. Can you imagine it? Let's go, bring in Mott. And you're standing there, and here comes Lance Lynn, who had pitched the night before. It's the World Series, Doug. You kind of want to get it right. But David Freese wiped all of that off the table.
Yeah, it was very good.
It's hard to imagine you could botch it that bad. I mean, that's really horrible. Really bad.
Mass confusion.
Well, they're not happy with the topic. I understand why you guys want to rehash something from 14 years ago. Y'all were much less droopy, bald, gray, fat, ugly, and smelly. It was better times. That comes from Joe Buck's Plugs.
Go to hell.
Yeah, that's what I'd say to him.
The topic's relevant. Lance Lynn's on the show. Famous moment in World Series history.
Did Ellen make it into her detached garage yet? That Amway inventory has to be perishable. That's from Arbor Day. And Doug, this is what a Cardinal loss does to the community. The anger in the Air Comfort Service text inbox this morning is at an all-time high.
It wasn't Ellen trying to get in the garage. It was Sharon and Clayton who couldn't get in because she had no power.
Yes, we're the Real Housewives of TMA.
There it is.
To Joe Buck's Plugs, I'm going to have to say, hold on. The greatest moment was when La Russa, when Lynn came in, he said, "What are you doing here?"
I'd have loved to hear Lynn's response.
And Mott's probably out there saying, aren't I supposed to be in? Isn't this my time?
What inning was that? Was that in the 8th inning?
Stand by. I think it was in the 7th, I believe.
It strikes me as a little early for Mott.
Yeah,
I don't know. Sorry, Elsie, I meant Sharon. That's from Arbor Day.
Okay, yeah, that's.
I love this story. Suck it, Joe Buck's Plugs.
Okay.
It's America in the Central West End, and now the listeners are at each other's throats again.
Were you surprised how far the home run went? No. I mean, I hit it hard. I don't know. That's a weird question because, I mean...
Who is that?
Brandon Moss.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, he did hit one of the longest home runs in Busch Stadium history.
That's a weird question. He would do these huge dips before a game.
Horseshoes.
And if you turn, like, catch him, like, to do a quick interview, it's like, oh, man, shoot. He just put in this
So
massive...
he rips out the chalk?
Yeah, and he always felt bad. But I might have saved his life. Yeah.
Hey, you boys talk about whatever you want to talk about. We're just along for the ride. That's from Big Blonde Dan.
Okay, thanks, Dan.
Who I guess is unhappy with Joe Buck's Plugs, I think. And Joe Buck's Plugs is also sideways with Eric in the Central West End. And Jackson is also sideways with Eric in the Central West End.
Well, also finding him to be an attractive man.
Oh, you didn't have to mention that.
Well, I think it was important because I want this more positivity. There seems to be a lot of bad blood. I think it's because the Cardinals failed to get that series win last night.
Yeah, you felt like it was there for the taking in the 8th inning, Doug.
It certainly was.
I felt like it was there in the 6th inning, and Burleson should have pinch hit for
100%. 100%.
What were they doing? The right-hander had to throw to another batter.
Yeah.
Had the bases loaded, 2 out, and Burleson, one of your hottest hitters, sitting on the bench.
That was odd.
I didn't get that.
We have audio of it, so here's what Ali Marmol had to say.
Well, hit the lever, please, Pale.
Oh, you betcha.
They got 4 catchers on the roster. You can pinch hit for one.
Jackson says they need 6.
Can you walk us through that spot, bottom of the sixth with the bases loaded, and as the other righties locked in, and you have Burley? What kind of goes in?
Yeah, that's a tough one. There's a lot of tough decisions today. This one's gonna wear on me, to be quite honest with you. I'll get 2 hours of sleep tonight and be ready for tomorrow. That's what this one looks like, because, damn it was a lot of moving parts. Even taking Fetty out, letting Matz go through where he did. Not hitting in that situation, you definitely can. Pies just does a really nice job of keeping the damn score. Like, you want him behind the plate, because that's what gives you a really good chance to keep them from adding on. So you weigh that into the equation. There's a lot of moving parts to that. I mean, even at the end there, hell, I can talk for an hour on, do you let Matz face Torres? And if so, then you got Helsley in the ninth, right? Like, that's who you want in the ninth. But Torres kills lefties, and the last thing you want is he clips them, and you don't have a shot at it at all, right? So you get off the field. But I'm not going to use Leahy there for 1 out. He's done a hell of a job against lefties. You roll him back out there. And I'm choking, so sorry. Next question.
That question almost killed him.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I like the honesty.
Yeah, I think he was still struggling with the decision. You could tell he was still debating it in his head. Mm-hmm. I'm amazed at how all of them can, like, every second of the game, they can remember it. Mm-hmm. And I know it was just an hour or 2 hours earlier, but they'll say, oh, man, that 2-2 pitch that he fouled off. And you're like, oh, geez, I don't even remember the 2-2 pitch. They have great
corn chips
recall.
I guess it's a little frustrating. Like, we talk about it, and I make jokes about it. You have 4 catchers on the team, essentially, and you can't pitch hit for one because he's the only one who can actually really catch and you really trust.
Right. What kind of unsaid there is they really don't want Herrera to catch.
Yeah.
But you still have Pozo.
But then again, now you're dropping him in, and you don't know. Obviously, Paz has done really well calling games for the starting pitchers and bullpen.
Well, whereas we enjoyed the honesty, here are the responses. The dude's a horrible manager. Eye roll emoji. That's from Piglet. God, Marmol is such a dork. That's from Harrison's brother Master. From the 636, so Marmol finally admits he's incompetent. How many games does this clown need to lose? Doug, that is from the 636.
Just chum in the water.
Little harsh and unfair. Pages is not a bad hitter, but Burleson's better.
Right.
And you had the game on the line right there.
Righty on the mound.
Yeah. But you're right about the catching. If you don't trust these guys to come in and catch, what are they doing on the team?
This shows a bunch of country club yuppies arguing over whose is bigger. That's from the Forestal Farm Hummer?
Forestal? Yeah, they got a nice truck stop in Forestal.
KG.
Chairman with an affirmative
enthusiasm. What's going on out there?
Burleson did get in later in the game and walked, but he's swinging a hot bat right now, and I just thought that was the perfect spot for him.
Even when they lose, they're right there.
That's so they're 13-3 last 16, and I am pretty sure that all 3 of the losses are one-run losses. Again, doesn't matter. This isn't college football where baseball writers get together and vote on who is ranked, although we did do some great power rankings yesterday. Martin, for the record, Cardinals 11th in the power rankings.
Okay.
But, they are playing good baseball, and, they rallied down 4-0 against the Cy Young winning pitcher who makes left-handed hitters look a little awkward.
Boy.
They tend to do pretty well when it's like a big name pitcher. Just historically, we're like, oh no, they got to face so-and-so. And those are the pitchers.
Kershaw they used to eat up. Yeah, Skeens, they hit well.
8 Ks for Scooble.
His over-under was set at 7.5, by the way.
Did you bet it, baby?
I bet the under.
He can get it up
under.
I think the Cardinals are staring at a lot of strike threes.
Were you yelling at him from the stands?
You can only hit if you swing the bat.
Go, fellas.
Get it off your shoulder. Yeah.
Yeah, put down the pastrami dog.
Right.
Pale.
After
they yell back.
Hammering 1,000 calories of pastrami and hot dog. There I am screaming at pro baseball players.
School gets it up there at 100 miles an hour with pinpoint control. That's a tough combination to hit against.
Doug probably has the biggest one. Tim probably uses it best, though. That's from Tiny PP.
What's that mean?
I don't know. I just went into the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat to see if they're as angry as they are in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And it doesn't seem like they are.
Time passages.
Okay. Well, on the plus side, Arenado swung the bat well last night. Looked like maybe he's back.
Two-run shot.
Yeah.
That Riley Green can rake.
Yeah.
He got him last night. Got to try to win the series today. Busman special. Beautiful day. Do you see a cloud in the sky?
I don't. I wonder if Ollie would like to have put Romero in there at a lefty to face Green, who had homered earlier in the game. He had 3 hits last night. There's another possible.
Go down there and hold him accountable, Doug.
You going to go down there and?
Well, it's easy to pick apart when you lose. If Pages gets a hit there, then everybody's happy and we're not questioning anything. But it's just another move that could have been made, I thought. And I hate taking Matz out. Matz looked fantastic. If
You only say that because now he's a friend of the show?
Well, no, because he was dealing. I mean, 2 2/3, nobody reached base, struck out a couple. He really had it going. I would have ridden with him a little longer. I think he can pitch more than 2 innings.
He's taken to that role. He really has.
You are welcome to participate. Wednesdays are always for phone calls. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Then you can compete in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio is winning with 6 wins. And according to my math, the show and the station off for Memorial Day on Monday, so we have 7 more emails of the day. Martin, you're vacationing in the Hamptons next Wednesday.
I've got
but just for Wednesday.
Just Wednesday, I've got an event. And then I'll be back for the Dotem.
Back for the Dotem, Thursday and Friday, out at Oak Valley Golf Course. And then I'm vacationing at Jackson's parents' place. They were kind enough to let me have it.
In Olivet?
Southampton, right?
Yeah, Southampton.
Okay.
Yeah.
It'd be a little weird if he stayed at their house in town.
I thought that's where he was going.
They got something in Montauk, and it's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's very nice.
So that's where me and my family, kids have to be in the attached garage, though.
Yeah, carriage house.
So that's the first week of June. And in advance, I apologize for taking my first vacation since we moved to 101 7 months ago. Doug, but that means you got 7 emails coming in to try to defeat Jerry the Big Tank Del Vecchio.
Okay.
And I don't know who's got it in them to do it. I think the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom does, though. So you can email in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email the day the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. That's Seth Goldcamp's business. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. And when you have issues with your HVAC, you just go to DesignAirService.com, and they will take care of it very quickly, very honestly. No upselling. That is why they have earned the trust of St. Louisans for 4 generations. They are the longest-running sponsor on TMA. It's Design Air, Heating, and Cooling. Online at DesignAirService.com. And Doug, are you madder than a hornet that the highs do not get above the 60s between now and at least next Tuesday, if not a week from Thursday? What in the name of all that is holy is going on out there?
I'd like it a little warmer than that.
I would think so for Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah.
Jackson has canceled his trip to the lake, and that cigarette boat is just going to sit down at Margaritaville this weekend.
Yeah, it's brutal.
And I know some divorcees are going to hop in the back, but they're not going to be able to take it out, right?
No, not at those conditions, you know.
It's 60 degrees, you can't get in a boat?
Not with the speed I travel, baby.
Oh,
Too
gosh.
cold.
Get a pontoon, nice and slow.
Watch it, it'll nosedive on you.
Careful.
What's the email address? My texts don't seem to be worthy of being read on air, so I might start articulating some loin-engorging soliloquies for Doug. That's from Jack B's Hampton homie.
Now I don't think anything should be read from him.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. So you got to email in, and then you got to get through Chairman Kurt's filter, and then maybe you can try to compete with Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio.
I realized the other night I was following Buck Swope on Twitter. He had a picture of a naked woman. He was tweeting out.
What?
And it was some story. He said,
did Swope get hacked?
He said some story that needs to be told. And there was a woman, it looked to be in the 70s, and he said this story doesn't get told enough. I didn't click on it. I didn't want to get involved in whatever he had going. Go to Buck Swope's Twitter page.
Quit sending us naked video of males, okay?
That's when the TMA listeners carried over to Frank's program.
He sounds legitimately upset.
Just a naked guy lying in his bed, I think.
I feel culturally speaking, we don't talk enough about the EIGER sanction. And she's topless and wearing Daisy Dukes?
Right. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes, 100%.
It's a Clint Eastwood film.
All right. What's doing?
That's all I know.
Guys, is Swope turning into Iggy? That's from the Crestwood Coyote.
Well, I didn't know Buck Swope worked blue, but apparently that's his MO now.
Iggy had the book. What's the book? Mr. Skin? Where it
was a website.
Well, there was some.
And he somehow got the password, and it became currency for PGA Tour caddies. So every caddy on the PGA Tour had Iggy's password to Mr. Skin.
Negril111 at, what was it, at gmail.com or something, one of those.
Something like that.
Well, there was a book that also chronicled any scene or any movie where there was a topless woman. It was an actual book. And it had to be sitting in the studio, and I had Mandy Murphy come down to visit at 1380. And she sits down in front of the microphone. I just see her looking in front of her, and the book is sitting there, and it's an entire catalog of women who had been naked in film. So, I'm so sorry. That was a guest from the other day. They brought props.
Yeah, we had Mr.
complaining.
Was that Iggy Francesa morphed into one there?
So was she okay with it? She didn't turn, rear, and leave in a
She
huff?
did not.
Okay.
That was the same building that Dick Ford came down to, and I tried to describe. I said, you'll smell the restaurant below us. That'll help guide you. There's a lot of cobblestone. He's a little older. I said, watch your step. And he said, you failed to mention you're just right above the smut shop. I said, okay, well, that would have been one way to describe it.
Tim had his car broken into there.
I did.
It's a wonderful
Somebody just threw
facility.
like a brick through the back of the car.
Wonderful facility.
Good place for an NFL stadium.
Yep.
It's 7:32 in St. Louis. Clarkson time check. Clarkson Jewelers time check. We'll take a break. Come back with more TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, is this Dochi?
I don't know who it is.
Or is it Gautier and Kimbra?
I just don't know.
The latter. Happy birthday to Gautier. Born on this day in 1980.
All right.
Yeah.
This is 2010?
I don't know the years.
Saying 11 over here.
But I think I remember hearing something about it where they said they did this song and they said, no, that's terrible. We shouldn't include that. And then it turned out to be their biggest hit.
It's a banger.
What do you like better? Dochi's Anxiety or Gautier and Kimbra's?
Gautier and Kimbra's.
Well,
yeah.
Do you have a problem with Kimbra's bangs?
I don't know if I know much about Kimbra or her bangs, but I'll take a look.
Yeah.
Okay. And comment on them, please.
Oakville prom in 88.
Kimbra's from Oakville?
Oakville, Australia. You can email in on that the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Chairman Kurt will filter it, but Doug, the filtering that he's been charged with has been charged by the Federal Communications Commission and Doug Vaughn's suspension policies. Watch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL. That's where you can watch it, youtube.com/TMASTL. You got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. You've got a few days here of glorious weather. Today, Thursday, Friday. High of 71, high of 68, high of 69. Now, the Memorial Day weekend forecast a little problematic.
Oh, no.
According to the iPhone forecast, 70% chance of rain on Saturday, 80% chance of rain on Sunday, 60% chance of rain on Memorial Day. But the next 3 days, get out. Maybe you want to go to the bus persons special. Is that what they call it now? Bus
you can
persons.
say busmans.
Yikes. Have fun with the apology. The bus persons special today with the Cardinals and the Tigers as they try to win the series, and the city is on edge as the Cardinals try to keep this series winning streak going.
Head down to the ball yard today. Why not? Kids are out of school, and then as soon as I say that, here come the texts.
My kid has one more day.
Yeah. They're not done in Windsor yet. Shut up.
Yeah.
Okay. That was Monday's show. There were 30 to 40 texts. Yeah, we're not done in O'Fallon. Lutheran South is out. Okay. We'll take your school text. Let's load up. Doug, clear the phone lines.
Clear the lines now. Clear them. I know we got a lot of calls there. Every one of them, clear them out. Clear the lines. That should do it.
There you go. Kurt just hung up on everybody. He actually might have hung up on Pestis.
314-974-0101 is how you can contact said program. It's a perfect day to enjoy a Michelob Ultra, especially down at the ball yard, but just in general, out and about over the next 3 days. Glorious, glorious conditions. Doug, so you are worried the Cardinals won't win the series today. But over on MLB Central, they're discussing whether or not the Cardinals should be buyers at the trade deadline.
I saw this tweet yesterday. Is it a little early?
I would think.
A little. It's not even Flag Day.
I have to say that in January, well before the NHL trade deadline, the topic of conversation is the March trade deadline. And so we're about 2 months out. Here we go. It's trade deadline talk. Are the Cardinals buyers?
Yeah, I think the two most written about things in American history are Abraham Lincoln and then the MLB trade deadline every year.
Yeah, right. Really? Those are the two most...
It gets early. It's like Christmas ads starting early and earlier. MLB trade deadline talk comes in real early. I mean,
got a
MLB
lot of takes, miss. They got to talk about something.
And credit to MLB Network, they're always on, always talking about baseball. Like they're always dedicating it to baseball.
Kind of
they're not
thing.
taking like 3 or 4 hour breaks to put on some documentary or something. Like they're always talking baseball. So when that happens, trade deadline is often there's no safer top, but buyers or sellers, Orioles, you know. I'll play the eye.
It's too early. It's too early to know.
But D-Row raised the question, and we have some time. But will they be buyers or sellers at the deadline? Or should they be buyers or sellers? What are your thoughts there?
Okay, I think the Cardinals have been so good because they eliminated expectations. It's crazy, but it's just kind of the way the game works. I think they should continue to sell up until their closer. I think when you look at it, that you've got Nolan Gorman needs to play. He's not going to be the defensive player that Arenado is. I think he's going to produce if given a chance to play every single day. And then they just sent out Thomas Sagasi or Segushi. How do you say his name?
Yeah, Sagasi.
Sagasi. He's a good player. Got no place to play. I think he should be in the mix. When you look at Fetty, are they going to win a championship with those kind of pitching? I mean, I like McGreevy. I like Quinn Matthews. They have young pitching coming on. The closer I would hesitate on because as a young club, you want to win the games that you have to win. I think the Cardinals are stuck with the fact, is this team good enough to win a World Series?
Okay.
If they're not good enough to win a World Series, let's continue to tinker with it until we put the group together that they're good enough to win a World Series.
No.
Okay, so he said they should sell?
It
or
sounds like
buy, but maybe
sell everybody but Helsley.
You're a young club, Doug. You want to win.
Yeah,
you're a young club.
Only young clubs want to win.
Suguchi,
not older ones.
I like Suguchi.
That was like a so Taguchi Sniglet,
and then they settled on Sagisi.
I think that was a nice way of saying they should trade Arenado and make room for Gorman.
Yeah.
Gorman's got to show more, I think, before you make any changes to accommodate him.
Yeah.
So they're buying, selling?
I disagreed with almost every take there. I think the end, he made a decent point, though. Can you win the World Series? And if the answer is no, then you have to consider selling. But, yeah, Gorman hasn't, I don't know what Gorman's shown to show that he can produce.
But if you just look at teams' rosters, you would come to the conclusion that there's only 3 or 4 teams that can win the World Series.
But, of course, I would say damn near anybody can win a World Series because it isn't set up to reward the teams that have shown that they have the best record throughout the course of the year. 12 teams get in, and then they do little ham and egg best of 3s and best of 5s after playing a 162-game marathon. So, it's a variance festival.
Mm-hmm. I've tried to make this perfectly clear. If you can just get hot, you can win this baby.
I don't follow
and that counts not only for the Cardinals, but for anyone else.
What about the Pirates?
Well, they're not going to be able to get hot. But there's a lot of teams that could get hot. Almost virtually everyone who gets in the playoffs, I think, has the potential to win it.
The host at the beginning said, we've got some time. To Jackson's point, they talk baseball all day.
All day.
They don't say, well, coming up next, a league of their own for the 400th time.
Mm-hmm. Right. Which I think is a credit to them.
We got some time. Cardinals, buyers or sellers?
Yeah. Doug, name 4 members of the league of their own cast. Go.
Penny Marshall.
She made
Madonna.
the film, I believe.
Yeah, she was not in the cast, so already we're off to a bad start.
Her brother directed it.
Jerry.
That's where I got that.
All right, we'll give you
Madonna and the Slav O'Donnell, Rosie O'Donnell.
Oh, my God.
John, the guy from Saturday Night Live.
John Lovitz?
John Winters from the Rams board.
No, John Lovitz was in there. And the catcher who was so good. Red-haired gal.
I can't accept that.
Davis.
I can't accept that.
Oh, Thelma Louise.
Yes, I know.
Damn,
I'm looking right at her. Say that again?
Damn,
Damn Yankees.
What?
Oh,
I'm not going to help, Doug.
Gina
Davis.
Do you have a problem with the way she spells it?
Was it Geena?
Yeah, kind of phonetically.
Yeah. She looked like she could play a little bit.
My mom would have been an acceptable answer. She's an extra in the back.
Is that right?
Yeah, big black hat she's wearing. Yeah.
How about that?
In the crowd?
How'd that happen?
She worked out in L.A. for a long time. Well, maybe not a long time, but she worked out in L.A.
She's in the crowd or she's playing?
She's in the crowd. She's an extra. She's not like...
Lori Petty, you fool! From the 618.
That was the sister. That was Geena Davis's sister?
Yep.
I don't think I'm a fool for not knowing. I'm not sure she ever did anything else, did she? I don't remember seeing her in anything else.
She was in Point Break.
Great movie.
Okay.
So that's on goodorbad.com is good.
Yeah, as is League of Their Own. And she was in Free Willy, another just, boy, the hits keep on coming.
Okay.
Lori Petty.
All those people, and you forgot Tom Hank? That's in the 618.
Right. Yeah. There's no crying in baseball. That's where that came from.
The World Series was a crapshoot before playoff expansion. Anyone can win a 7 series at that point. It's so much worse now. Tim is right. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Well,
I am right on this.
For many years, it's been the case that any team that gets hot at the end has a chance. Look at the 06 Cardinals.
Look at the 04 Red Sox. I understand that.
Yeah.
But when you play 162 games, you win a division, and you're relegated to a best-of-3 series, you have a ham and egg system.
The real question right now, are teams calling Mosaic at this point? We're saying it's way too early to even break it down.
But a team that would be starving for a need, which could be the Phillies with the bullpen.
That's what I would love to know. Are teams inquiring at this point? As Mo said, a little early. We might not be any good. Hang tight.
It would be a really tough call for him, I think, when your team is in contention and is playing as well as they are. If you're going to subtract a key piece, you're going to have people really upset here. Really upset. And so it's a tough call for him. Unless you can get a sizable return that you can justify, it's going to be a really hard decision for him to make.
Tim is always right, Hunchy. That's from the 830 Recreator. Doug, Marla Hooch, what a hitter. That's from the Pope.
Oh, yeah. Wasn't as pretty as the other girls.
But she could rake.
Yes, she could. She was a hitter.
How could Doug forget the wonderful and late Gene Hackman? He gave that speech in the locker room. Their time is over. Our time is shrubs. What a dolt. Hey, Mr. Martin, thanks. Hashtag free perk. It's from Brian Henson, who covered that Fever loss last night. 91-90, was that the final?
He must be punch drunk.
Can I ask a question?
I am taking questions, Doug, unfortunately.
No.
Not.
Okay, I'm new here. What exactly does Brian Henson cover?
Oh, no.
No, I mean, I'm being honest.
High school lacrosse,
Does
he? Yeah, some mumbly peg.
He said he wrote a column on the Caitlin Clark Angel Reese thing.
Okay.
He's in Indianapolis.
Okay.
All right.
I think he's going to be in St. Louis. That's what I think. I'm buying Henson stock.
And he's the number one Asian intern. Who is number two?
Doug?
A class of his own.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
A league of his own.
I don't know that we
He
have
comes
it.
full circle.
Brian Henson covers high school sports for the Indianapolis Star, St. Louis native.
But he did write an article about Caitlin Clark and the
See?
Fever.
There you go.
Okay.
He's on it. But was he in Grifter's Paradise with RG3 and Ryan Clark?
I'll have to take a look at
And
the
now
article.
Grifters are going to, now their move is to talk about the feud between RG3 and Ryan Clark?
Oh, yeah. That's, I mean, just adding on.
So that's like a Grifter family tree?
It's really just like, it's kind of a bonfire, you know, and everyone contributes to the bonfire, and then you talk about the bonfire.
I see.
And it'll never, not until, you know, football season starts will that fire be put out.
But maybe you wouldn't want to move from Indianapolis to St. Louis. Is Indianapolis a better sports town than St. Louis now?
You got the NFL and the NBA.
Wow.
They got WNBA. They got the 500.
Wow.
They got a lot of college hoops in the area.
Hey, by the way, we're doing a spread zone on the Indianapolis 500, which apparently is this weekend. You got anybody I can say I'm picking?
Oh.
Because I'm coming off that Min Woo Lee PGA Championship pick, and he didn't get a chance to stick around for the weekend.
The Fastlane just interviewed
Min Woo Lee?
No, not Min Woo Lee, but an Indy 500 driver or Indy.
You think Chuckles
racer.
Marlowe would know? Could I text Chuckles and say, "Hey, can you give me a pick for the Indy 500?"
So you got Newgarden looking for a three-peat.
Newgarden, that's who they
Well, he's at the back of the pack because there were some issues with
I'm
the
getting
vehicle.
knowledge, Doug. How about that?
How about AJ Foyt still a contender?
No.
Cale Yarborough?
Schwartzman.
Andretti's?
Not Jason
There's got to be an
Schwartzman. Got
Andretti
the
in there
pole.
somewhere. There.
DJ Pattycake says Kyle Larson.
He's trying to do the old NASCAR Indy combo.
Your only ND listener. I live in Indianapolis. It sucks. There's no pro hockey. They got to have minor league hockey.
That'd be all right.
That doesn't
What's your
count.
two? That's the question, because if you look around,
Jackson, what would you take?
My two pro sports?
No. Would you rather cover sports in Indianapolis or cover sports in St. Louis?
Indianapolis.
Oh, God in heaven.
But that's just for me personally.
because of the NBA. But
I love baseball. I love the Cardinals. But, yeah, to talk about the Pacers and the
what about
NFL Sunday.
All right, so
pretty awesome.
Cincinnati has NFL and baseball. Indy's got NFL, basketball. You're going Indy.
That's my NFL, NBA is my perfect combo. If I could only have two.
Nashville,
but we don't have
NFL
either.
hockey.
It's the damnedest thing of it all.
Oh, brother.
What was that, Martin?
Well, then you have Nashville, which is not for you, but for others, hockey, NHL, and NFL.
Yeah.
I think they're going to get baseball, too. Huh?
I see they're expecting 350,000 fans at the Indy 500.
Greatest spectacle.
350,000.
Adios, Jackie.
Where do you
That's from the
park?
Jerkwood from Kirkwood.
I've talked about this before. I'm not scared of the blowback here. Just being honest.
Okay.
Rather be honest than lie. Yeah, I'd rather do. And I mean, when you look at Indianapolis right this very second, you have one of the biggest stars in sports with Caitlin Clark. Your team's in the Eastern Conference Finals in basketball. Indiana, or in the Colts, whatever, but Indiana
Colts
just made the college football playoff. You know, things could be worse if you're in Indianapolis.
You have the Hoosiers, you have the Boilermakers, you have the Fighting Irish.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. I mean, geez, yeah, Notre
Indeed.
Dame just in the college football national championship. Not bad. Not bad.
No.
Sounds like you're not ready to apologize for your take.
Not at all.
They get to host a lot of NCAA big events.
The Combine, yeah. Mm-hmm. I think NCAA is headquartered there, right?
No, I think that was very convenient. They were headquartered there, and they often won the bids. Brian Henshin's Twitter handle, Tim, says, Indy Star sports writer as seen in USA Today.
Wow.
Argus Sports, Inside STL, Fox Sports Midwest, TMA STL.
Nice.
Seasonably spooky is what it says.
I like that.
Always variation. Hashtag variation. Always.
There you go. There's Brian Henshin's bio on the Twitter tweets.
The one downside is it's weirdly Eastern time zone in Indianapolis, and that stinks for sports watching if you do morning radio.
Yeah.
Weirdly Eastern time.
Hard to watch those games on the West Coast ever. Well, so have you changed your mind? Maybe you'd rather be here.
Oh, I'd rather be here. This is my home. I'm loyal to the soil. But if we could, have an NBA and NFL team, that'd be pretty awesome.
You'd swap our sports scene for their sports scene.
Not the Cardinals. It's a no-go.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'll stand there. That's a no-go. Can't
The
trade
loyal to the soil starts with the local 9.
Yeah. And that's just me personally. Everyone's entitled to what they want to see. And it's not happening. Nothing's changing, so.
No.
You guys keep this nerd on the air for the dislike factor like early NBC Howard Stern. That's from the 314, and he's not happy that Jackson likes Indianapolis.
I don't know what to tell you. I've been to Indianapolis, too. It's a lovely town.
You know what's a great sports town for being just a little bit bigger than us is Minneapolis.
They got it all. They're about to win the NBA championship?
Yeah.
No.
And they have a Big Ten university right there in town, there in the city.
Yeah. Yeah.
They just don't win much, but they have all the
I
four.
believe the only market with 4 teams in the Big Four that has not won a championship in the 21st century. I believe that is the case. No Twins, no Vikings, no T-Wolves, and no Wild.
Mm-hmm. The Vikings are usually pretty good. Just can't get over
They've had some
hump.
heartbreak.
Yeah.
Minnesota's had some heartbreak.
If it weren't for the Diamondbacks in 01, I guess.
I was just going to say Phoenix
would be right there.
They lost their hockey team. but-
Right. Yeah.
Hey, 314, Pale is a made man. He can always sleep with my wife. You, however, not a chance. That's from the recovering alcoholic. How nice is that to get that kind of support?
It is really nice,
Yeah.
It's just, that's what you look for.
Something to take advantage of.
Build each other up.
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather golf in St. Louis or Indianapolis, though? That's from Tim's Toothless Bottom Boy.
I know nothing about the Indiana. The in French Lick, they have a bunch of those Donald Ross
Oh,
courses.
yeah, they got a good resort there.
courses.
So it sounds like you're going there to now play golf.
No, I mean, we have great resort courses. I mean, geez, you go down south near Springfield way, and you have, Paynes Valley and Buffalo Ridge. Those are 2 of the nicer courses in the Midwest.
Mm-hmm.
But those Donald Ross courses I hear are really cool in French Lick.
Yeah, I've heard that too. I had a friend who used to work there. It's a gorgeous place.
Mm-hmm.
So you're moving, too.
I'm not moving. You think I want to pack up? I don't want to even.
So that's the issue. You wouldn't move, but it's the packing.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're the Sonny
idea
Gray of
packing
this
everything
show.
up in my basement prevents me from ever even entertaining the thought of moving.
Pack those bags, Jackie Teo. That's from the 314.
Jackie Teo, that's nice.
Jackson would have a Tyrese Halliburton pacifier if he lived in Indy. That's from Mr. Siders, and you got a chance to play him in the Fan Page Club
Like a
Championship.
binky? Come on. I don't drool on myself.
Live Golf will be in Indy this year for a tournament. That's from the other Indiana listener.
Okay.
Is that going to push you over the top?
No.
Okay, it doesn't change the arithmetic.
So I could listen to house music and watch golfers who don't seem to be quite interested in playing all that much.
You could do that on a member guest.
Yeah, seriously. I just go out to a public course on a Saturday.
Text in your dislike for all of us or one of us, 314-399-9646. You can also express that at youtube.com/TMASTL, or you could maybe write a more long-form message the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Pat Maroon on his Mount Rushmore of Cardinals. How about that? Patty Maroon on MLB Tonight. Got that coming your way. That's coming up. Lance Lynn at 9 o'clock on the Stiefel Dossier. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Well, we have beautiful weather in the St. Louis area, and we are in engagement season. And if you are looking for an engagement ring, I would like to recommend Moritz Reusch Jewelers. That's Moritz Reusch Jewelers, located in Richmond Heights, right across from the St. Louis Galleria in the tower on the 15th floor. They carry so much jewelry right there in stock, specifically engagement rings for the guys who want to get something put together pretty quickly. And they also do custom jewelry if you want to design something from the ground up. Also, this is a family-owned, family-operated, local jeweler. Dan Reusch has taken over the business, and he is third generation for Moritz Reusch. They are online at ninjabling.com. That's ninjabling.com. It's Moritz Reusch Jewelers in Richmond Heights, right across from the St. Louis Galleria on the 15th floor of the tower. Online at ninjabling.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals lose last night at the hands of the Detroit Tigers. They try to salvage a series win today. A little afternoon game at 12:15 is your first pitch. Andre Pallante on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doritos, Totitos, Doritos, and Cheetos, Fritos, Mojitos, and the Senoritos, Flamingos, and Trios with the jalapenos. Oh yeah. Tacos from Pacos with panchos, nachos, churros, rancheros, and some Canyoneros. I'm out. Adios, amigos.
We bought this stuff home, everything, our burgers and our fries, and don't forget your chicken wings. Help us celebrate today. This one's for the mayo.
Nice. Doug, welcome to the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. This program is called The Morning After, and it's been enjoyed, and I mean thoroughly enjoyed by St. Louisans.
It has been?
Since July 2004. Yep.
Huh.
Martin and I were just young punks.
You were.
Yeah.
Kind of fuzzy-cheeked rookies.
That's right. That's right. Jackson was 6 years old when the show went on.
Yep. 6 years young.
Were you listening back then as a first grader?
No, but my dad sure was.
Was he really?
Mm-hmm.
The
Day one.
initial meeting, Tim, and I was not there. Didn't they bring in like White Castles and a case of beer? And,
They did. I had
and they
forgotten
slammed
about
it
that.
down on the table and said, "We're just going to have fun and be boys."
Oh.
Something like wasn't that the equivalent, the message?
Yeah, and then they lost a bunch of money and sold it for like a tenth of what they bought it for, and the fun ended.
Fun.
You can text in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. You also are welcome to call in. Wednesdays are for the phone calls, and 314-974-0101 is how you can call in to the program. Patty Maroon, where was this, Jackson?
MLB
Tonight?
MLB Tonight.
So he's doing the same studios for the NHL Network and MLB Tonight. Is that Secaucus? You ever go through Secaucus?
Near New
He looked like he
York?
was on Zoom for this.
Okay.
This was like
when I've gone, Doug's at Penn Station, that's under the Garden, and gone out to
think so.
MetLife Stadium.
Okay. That's
you,
like
you
right by
switch
Secaucus.
trains in Secaucus. I think that's it. And that's Patty Maroon's at the train station in Secaucus.
You'd be possibly, Secaucus bound even.
Why was he on MLB Network?
It's a good question, Martin.
That's going, Martin.
I believe this was MLB Tonight, like what they do during all the games where they're like going back and forth between. Dexter Fowler was on this panel but they're all on Zoom. It kind of looked like a Manning cast style where they're just kind of hanging out, watching baseball. And Pat Maroon was on. I'll play some audio.
Why was he on the MLB Network?
Good question, Martin.
It's not your fault.
No, great question.
Robin Williams, Matt Damon?
It's certainly not my fault, Sean. But
he was.
Maroon is now getting into media.
Yeah.
They're talking St. Louis. They know it's St. Louis in Stanley Cup playoffs. It seemed like
I like the booking. It just I'm intrigued why they came up with the idea.
I guess we'll never know.
It's fine. Just play it.
God bless it. Can we get past this?
You want the Mount Rushmore of Cardinals from Big Rig?
Okay, let's hear it.
Hey, being a Cardinals fan, what is your Mount Rushmore of Cardinals players?
Oh, good question, Dex.
Ooh.
Because there's a lot.
I would say there's a lot. I mean, in my generation, Yachty, Pujols, Scotty Rowland, Jim Edmonds.
That's 4 already.
Ozzie Smith, but I wasn't really in that era of him. But Ozzie, obviously, because he's a great guy. But Wainwright is a big thing for me. I think it was 06. He was a closer at the time, or I don't even know what year it was. 07. I mean, those guys right there are the ones that I grew up watching.
Okay, it's not really about
He double shot it.
Hockey guy talking baseball.
Yeah, exactly right. Hashtag it, Doug. Doug, I can tell you have a problem with the fact that there were 7 on the Mount Rushmore.
That's the first problem. That's not the Mount Rushmore of Cardinals.
Sounds like you want to go with Patty Maroon.
Easy.
I wouldn't advise that.
It's Musial, Pujols, Gibson, and Hornsby. That's the Cardinal Mount Rushmore.
Didn't Dex, great question, Dex, Didn't he say of your generation? Did he say that?
Oh,
I don't think
maybe he'll be apologizing to Patty Maroon.
He said that's what Maroon said. Of my
Maroon
generation, the
said.
guys there I grew up watching, that's what he
Okay,
said.
okay.
But over the history of the franchise, I just gave you Mount Rushmore.
Oh, good question, Dex.
It sounded like Romy.
It did.
Who was that? Was that Mark DeRosa?
No, Greg Emsinger.
Oh, that was Greg
I
Hamsinger?
think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Oh, good question, Dex.
Yeah,
Oh, man, I like that.
for sure.
You're hearing that a lot.
Yeah, it's a great drop.
Who's
Can you
Dex?
argue with Musial, Pujols, Gibson, and Hornsby?
Musial, Pujols, Gibson, Hornsby.
That's it.
The panel last night was it was Matt Vasgersian, who I think actually might have been the one who said good question, Dex. Dexter Fowler.
So it wasn't Hamsinger.
I believe it was Matt Vasgersian, and then
Could have been Mark DeRosa also.
Jamal
Could have been
Crawford.
any of them, I guess.
Jamal Crawford,
Jamal
Dexter
Tinsley.
Fowler, and Matt Vasgersian. That was the crew.
Sounded like Hamsinger.
It sure did.
It's not what I'm seeing.
Okay.
No, I believe.
All right,
I
let's
didn't say
this
you
is
were
something
wrong.
else we have to get past.
You're Mount Rushmore of MLB Network hosts, Doug. Give me 7.
MLB Network host.
Hamsinger. George
Hamsinger's in
Washington.
there. Yeah.
Vasgersian.
Vasgersian is
Lincoln.
in there.
We had Flores earlier.
And then Brian Kenny. There
Pretty
it is.
good.
Teddy Roosevelt.
Okay.
Brian Kenny likes the stats a lot.
Boy,
he
he does.
really digs in on
Would you say he's narrowcasting and not broadcasting?
when he is on there. He will say, "We'll talk about the Cardinals, but first we're going to look at their fielding independent ratio versus outs." Like, I'm sorry, did they win or lose? He loves the numbers.
Guys, I'd go with Jimmy Jurnell, Scott Siebel, Bo Hart, Obvi, and Cardinal Cowboy and his pre-signed glossies. That's Alan Dadeville with his
I don't
Mount
think that's
Rushmore.
it.
Saw
I
him
don't
last
think
night.
that's it.
So you're saying Stan Musial, Albert Pujols,
Yes.
Bob Gibson,
Yes.
Rogers Hornsby.
Yes.
And you're like, there's not even another receiving votes.
There isn't another one that could even
Ozzy,
that could even
Lubrock.
crack it. No.
Again.
Not compared to these guys.
Okay.
Corey Patterson.
Put out a fire.
How many fires did Rogers Hornsby put out?
Nice.
He didn't even have a number.
Exactly. Look at Doug frozen.
He got traded when he just like won the Triple Crown and hit like 450 or something. And he said, I would like $50,000 a year for the next 3 years. And they offered him $50,000 for 1 year. And said, we'll give you a third of that. So he said, okay, I want to be traded. So they traded him to Frankie Frisch, another future Hall of Famer, in a trade that really made people upset. And that's how that happened.
Mount Rushmore since 2000. Go.
Since 2000. Did you say since
Because that's
2000?
kind of what Patty Maroon was doing.
Okay.
I think he was on the right track, and then I think he felt bad because he might know some of these guys too.
The
you know?
Wizard.
Yeah.
Wizard would not include in the 2000s.
No, Wizard didn't play then.
96 last year. So Albert
It'd be
Pujols. obvious.
Pujols and probably Waino.
You're going to be put to the test.
Edmonds and Rowland.
No Yachty, no Carpenter.
Oh, have fun with the sound off section
I
on
don't
Sunday.
think Carpenter was here long enough.
But no Molina is where you're going to get.
Yeah, I could put Molina, but who am I going to leave out? Edmonds or Rowland?
It's your Mount Rushmore, baby.
Probably have to leave off Edmonds. Roland's in Cooperstown currently. Right or wrong. I mean, Edmonds should be there.
Okay,
but
I'll put Molina in over Edmonds if you're going to talk me into that.
Thanks, Doug.
Okay.
Trying to farm down here, and people are texting me that I didn't make your Mount Rushmore.
Well, I tried.
Naked bodies.
Got talked out of it. Matt Holiday, friend of the show.
Yeah, Matt Holiday's probably listening a little
Thanks,
irritated.
Doug. Thanks. Call in, Red Jacket. Yeah. Edmonds, Roland, Yachty, Chris Carpenter, Holiday. Okay.
Doug, you're such a know-it-all. That's from Caller Ellen.
You did have a commanding voice on that Cardinal. He would not take any questions, Tim. He would not take any counter
Well, who are you going to
arguments.
replace one of those four with? You couldn't. If you look at the numbers and what they did, you couldn't replace any of those four.
Ozzy would be the only one you probably think would have a legitimate case, but even then.
These other guys all have a case for being like the best players ever at their positions.
Yeah. Albert, Stan, Bob Gibson, to me, are like, can't move. And then when you look at Hornsby's numbers, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate he played at a time when, like, the second baseman was also working at the hardware store at the same time.
Yeah, well, in his case, he was the manager for a while
Right.
also.
Matt the Bat is going to be so hot. That's from the Fenton Flirt.
Okay, we'll put him on there.
Okay. Just
now you're going through
Put
what
him
Pat
on
Maroon
there.
was
I don't
dealing
want
with.
anybody upset with us.
Patty Maroon also talked about winning the Chalice here in St. Louis on MLB Tonight. Again, we don't have the reason. We just know he was at a train station in Secaucus.
Okay.
And that's if Amsinger won, it would make more sense. Like he would say, "Hey, you should get Maroon. He's great."
Jackson says it with Matt Vasgersian.
No, I believe you.
Matt Vasgersian has made it clear he's not a big fan of our area or the Lake of the Ozarks
or the Dome.
Well, does it come up very much in his life?
I think he was doing an interview somewhere, or maybe when he was just calling games, he would kind of mock.
He might have said it to Dan Caesar even. I think he
really
didn't he? He talked about not enjoying the Dome.
Jeez.
And I think
does he not enjoy Lambeau either?
Yeah, seriously.
I think Jay Randolph Sr. commented too. Maybe it was on a show. Just said he didn't appreciate. Thought if it's an honor to call an NFL game, you shouldn't crap on it in any regard. Maybe that was off air. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'll go ahead, Pale.
Oh, sure.
Pat, what was the difference for you between the first one and the third one? Or was there a difference? It just, like this, it felt so unreal every single time.
Well, I'm from St. Louis, right? So the first one was one of those things where you've been a St. Louis Blues fan the whole time you've grown up. My dad had season tickets, and it's, baseball is probably the biggest thing in St. Louis. I'm just going to say it. To have that championship grew the game of hockey in the city of St. Louis from everywhere, right? From top to bottom, people started coming and enjoying the games. But I think St. Louis, man, we didn't have elite players like we did in Tampa. We had a different kind of group. We all kind of bought in at the right time. We didn't have any all-stars. We didn't have all-stars, but we didn't have elite players to elite, like the best of the best in the game. And, we just found a way and we dug in and everyone bought in. But St. Louis was so much fun, just being from St. Louis and being a Blues fan my whole life.
I find myself listening to these looking forward more to the sounder at the end than what the people are saying.
Oh, that's a damning commentary on the quality of the soundbite.
Well, it wasn't a bad soundbite, but I'm so excited about the little sounder at the end, I can't get over it.
Well, and was that an exaggerated cheer after the swing? Was there kind of a celebratory swing and cheer?
Yeah, my whole life.
There it is again.
So it's a shot followed by the crowd roar. Yeah.
Crowd roar.
Now, if I could, I'm going to replace Roland with Edmonds on the Mount Rushmore.
Since of the 21st century.
Yeah, Roland was here 6 years, Edmonds 8. And based on that, it just feels like Edmonds was here longer and had more of an impact. Not a big newsworthy comment by me, I know.
What's your Mount Rushmore, Mount Rushmores? What's your favorite list of Mount Rushmores? Give me the Mount Rushmores.
Oh, of presidents.
Okay, what about Friars?
Just kind of by definition.
Text me and I'll talk dirty to you.
Do we still offer that? Is that in the TMA store?
TMASTLshop.com. Why are we still talking about hockey? That's from Big Tuft, and he sent it in caps. And Doug, do you see the spacing in the text?
I do,
With
yeah.
The caps
so
and
he's
exclamation
serious.
points in question.
So since he did that, let's talk more hockey.
I thought you were going to say, why are you guys still talking?
Look at the Panthers.
Yeah.
Were we talking about hockey?
We're going
at
to
all?
now.
We weren't talking. We weren't talking about hockey.
No, but
Pat Maroon was asked to compare by Dex. It was a great question by Dex.
It matters. It matters.
It does matter.
Thank you, Frank. Thanks for backing us up. Lance Lynn at 9-1.
Yeah, that's on the Stiefel
Looking forward to that
dossier.
He can play ball today. He does some videos with his wife where he kind of goofs around and has some fun. So I think he's retired. I think we'll get him rolling today. Or he'll just be like, yeah, I got to call in. They made me do it. No, hey, guys.
We have a breaking rule change in sports just within the last few moments. We'll have that news for you coming up on the other side of the break. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
In the market for a new vehicle, go to the website, autoloanpro.com. Anyone can sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. And at autoloanpro.com, they'll explain the whole story about credit, how you buy a certain car. Next time around, you want to get a different car, you got to do that. Building up your credit, you can learn how it all works. There's a free playbook on the website. Just scroll down and then download that playbook so you understand how this whole industry works. In the meantime, get a new car for little to no money down. They'll work hard to get you the best rate possible. They work with over 50 different lenders. So they're going to get you a great rate, get you into a vehicle no matter what your situation, no matter what you've gone through. They'll help you get into that vehicle. Autoloanpro.com. Financing a car, that's all you need to know, is choose the Auto Loan Pro. Robert Thomas, who I think is going to be on this show this week, on that website. You see him on the TV commercials doing the Blues games. They love the Blues at Auto Loan Pro. Again, next car, no matter what your circumstance, autoloanpro.com. They are part of the Lita family.
Doug, just get you fired up?
It really does. Really, I'm not sure I can sit still much longer.
Would have been Christopher Wallace's 53rd birthday today.
Is that right, really?
Mm-hmm.
What happened to him?
He was murdered in 1997.
Huh. Okay, well, that's no good.
Well, was it a response to Tupac?
Yeah. East Coast, West Coast, Doug.
And that was after a Tyson fight in 96, September 96, am I right? That's the first story I covered for KBIA radio in Columbia, Missouri.
Huh.
Think about that. What are you thinking?
Part of NPR.
That's right.
Yeah.
Allegedly, Tupac was murdered.
Oh, yeah. I don't have a whole lot of knowledge in this area, but why do rappers, all of them making a ton of money, why do they feel like they need to be in feuds and shoot each other?
Jackson?
Oh, wow.
It's a lot for you to handle.
I don't know if I can give you a good answer on that. It's sad, though.
Yeah.
Led to P. Diddy.
P. Diddy.
Puffy with his tribute.
Yeah.
Sampling the police.
Every breath you take.
Pouring them out.
And now he could be looking at life in prison.
Yeah, that's a great song that I don't want to play. It just seems a little, stay away. Even though it's a great song.
And that's because you don't like him sampling the police.
No, that's not the reason.
Because he's sideways with the police.
No. You mean like
very
Sting?
sideways.
Real police.
Oh,
very,
like
very
law
sideways.
enforcement?
Law enforcement. I was alleging.
Not Sting.
Correct.
Yeah. Who was, of course,
You didn't want to play the
police.
song. Tim said because it samples the police, and I said, or because he's sideways with, the police.
Right.
Law enforcement.
Right.
So you're staying away from it because he's a little bit toxic as a topic?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
Doug, I deep teased this, and I must deliver on it here
All right.
the morning after, which is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. The NFL's Competition Committee and Health and Safety Committee have recommended the league ban the tush push, the Philadelphia Eagles' signature quarterback sneak, ahead of a league vote on Wednesday, according to league sources. The vote has not taken place. I misspoke. But the recommendation has been made, and they will be voting today. The development suggests team owners will vote in favor of a proposal to ban the play. The proposal was put forth by the Packers, and it was tabled when they met on April 1st. The decision will bring a conclusion to an off-season of drama during which executives, coaches, and players throughout the league offered their opinions on one of the most confounding and controversial plays in football history, on which the quarterback takes a snap under center and drives forward while teammates push him from behind in a rugby-like scrum. A formal push to ban the tush push began when the Packers submitted a proposal to the NFL's Competition Committee in February. Packers coach Matt LaFleur argued the play didn't belong in the game due to its rugby qualities. Green Bay's proposal added new ruling language that prohibits an offensive player from pushing, pulling, lifting, or assisting the runner except by individually blocking opponents for him. LaFleur and other coaches claim the play is an injury hazard.
I don't see it as an injury hazard. But this is also going to affect plays that aren't just a quarterback tush push, but there are oftentimes you see a running back struggling to get the last few yards by a first down or by the goal line, and an offensive lineman will come in and block him forward. So I guess that's out too.
They'll pull him across the goal line.
Yeah. So all that will be illegal now.
They like the rules, man. The NFL likes a lot of rules, don't they? I just think the tush push is boring. Just line up and just everybody push them in.
You would have preferred Mike Leach's plan to throw a little person with the football over the line of scrimmage?
1,000%.
This is big-time loser energy from the NFL. If you can't beat it, ban it. This is almost as bad as banning the bob and weave. That's from MD 2020 in the text inbox.
Yeah.
And that was proposed by Denny Green.
That's right. Who
on
was
the
bob
rules
and weaved
committee, whose team was eliminated by the Bob and Weavers a couple months earlier.
Yeah, that was stupid to eliminate that. They eliminated pretty much all celebrating there for a while. Remember that? And
now celebrating is essentially encouraged.
Mm-hmm.
No fun league. Joe Horn. Sort of.
Well, it did get out of hand when they
had
were
the cell phones. That was Joe Horn. He was fun for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Football is injury-prone, idiots. That's from the 636.
It seems like that'd be one of the least injury-prone plays you could have. Well, just pushing forward as opposed to running in the open field and getting tackled by people running full speed.
I don't think it's necessarily like the volume of injuries. It's you're putting a lot of pressure on the neck. It's like a rugby scrum is really dangerous for your neck, and if you have injuries to your neck.
You anti-rugby, bro?
I've seen it. I would never play it. That sounds crazy. Yeah. Although they do, they hit clean, like you can't spear somebody when you have no helmet or pads on.
My father-in-law's in the St. Louis Rugby Hall of Fame. You coming after him? Because he'll come right back after you. He isn't scared of you.
No, certainly not. I don't like how when you score, though, you have to jump on the ground and put the ball on the ground. You have no swag doing that.
Do you think you could tackle Tim's father-in-law?
I don't know. I don't think I've ever truly made a tackle in my life. I think I'm over.
Really? You never tackled anybody?
I never played down a football.
Never played sandlot football, backyard football, nothing?
I tried.
Never made a tackle.
I don't think.
Not one tackle your entire Ladue life.
How many tackles have you made there, Urlacher?
Hundreds.
Really? Hundreds of tackles?
Sure.
That was all-state linebacker for Kirkwood.
No, I didn't.
Weren't you like
I was trying to get you over the top. Since Jackson's coming after my family.
Sandlot football and a little bit of junior football?
Maybe.
One tackle your whole life?
I can't remember one. No one comes to mind.
So you probably couldn't tackle Tim's father-in-law?
Yeah, but I don't think I can tackle any. Well, I don't know. Go for the legs, I guess. Hip drop. But then I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't want to hurt myself, certainly.
No.
So, no, I probably just wouldn't get involved.
Well, then football's not for you.
Never was.
No.
Love the sport.
Not really for me.
It's like the only sport where I truly never would ever play, but still love.
Flag football? Did you play that?
Yeah, for sure.
Flag football's great.
For sure. It's going to be in the Olympics in 2028.
I see that. Yeah.
Justin Jefferson's excited about playing in the flag football competition and winning a gold medal.
There were some great tweets about that yesterday. Like what these other countries are going to be putting up there, and then you have Justin Jefferson.
An NFL guy's going to play?
It's like Josh Allen slinging balls to guys. That could be very fair.
Doesn't seem like it. No, I'm surprised as an athlete you never made one tackle in your entire life.
Just not one that I can remember. Maybe I did. I have no form. I don't know how to do it.
Played Nerf ball with your buddies?
For sure.
Chucking it around?
Yeah. I've probably been tackled.
But could never bring anyone else down.
Maybe a half tackle, So a little assistance.
Okay.
Coaches looked at the tape, and they're now giving Jackson 42 tackles. That was always the Monday after the game.
That guy.
They'd go back. Laurinaitis had 8 tackles. We've looked at the tape, and we actually have him down for 22. Like, oh, okay.
Then you get stat corrected in fantasy. Burn my saddle this year.
Huh. Burn your what?
Burn my saddle.
Saddle?
Yeah.
Burr in my saddle. I thought you said burn my Sal.
No.
I thought it was another phrase I hadn't heard.
Shout out to Sal, though, wherever you are. If anyone named Sal and you're listening, this show's dedicated to you.
Doug, what about Norm passing away from Cheers? George Wendt.
I was upset by that.
76 years old, I believe.
Yeah, he wasn't terribly old, really. Yeah, very popular.
He was really young on that show. He felt like he was about 50-ish on the show, but he would have been in his 30s.
He would have been in his 30s, yeah. Early 30s.
Jason Sudeikis' uncle?
That's correct. He's one of 9. Recorded a 0.0 grade point average at the University of Notre Dame.
Did he really?
Yeah. That did not keep him enrolled.
I wouldn't think so.
Pivoted to Rockhurst. That's right, in Kansas City.
To get a 0, that means you just don't ever show up? You must not. You couldn't even go, right? You couldn't show up in class and still get a 0.
The story goes that he lived off campus and was having transportation issues.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I would say.
Just couldn't get there as much as he wanted to.
So if you're Rockhurst, it's pretty cool. Norm from Cheers went to Rockhurst.
That's right.
But he came to us after flunking out of Notre Dame.
I would think that's extremely unusual because you have to be a straight-A student to get in Notre Dame, right?
So maybe you buy the off-campus transportation issue.
It had to be something. I bet he got away from home for the first time and said, oh, my God, this is wonderful.
Really supportive and sympathetic texts coming in on the passing. Surprised that fatty lasted that long.
Oh,
Martin, you're just starting to really appreciate it. You're starting to appreciate it. That's what comes in. That's from Man Love, by the way.
He was 33 when it started. Didn't he feel like he was a 50-year-old man hanging at the bar all day?
Yeah.
He died on the 30th anniversary of the last episode of Cheers.
Yeah. I, for the first time ever, watched that last scene, and it's,
It is a classic.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I think Costas hosted. They had like a whole post-game show.
They did. I do remember that now that you mention it. Him and Ted Danson.
Yeah, really, really
Ted
good.
Danson, of course, a friend of this program. George Wendt, I don't believe was ever on it.
I think I read they had 293 episodes of that show. Man, that's a lot.
Yeah.
I'm sure the writers just get burned out at some point. We're out of jokes here, folks.
Right.
After
We've all
Cheers
made our
ended,
millions.
he starred in his own short-lived CBS sitcom, The George Wendt Show, in 1995. Don't recall that show.
Yeah, I think it only lasted a handful of episodes.
I feel like anytime that happens, like a famous sitcom actor, and then they kind of get a spin-off, like just the actor's name, comic
Julia
show.
Louis-Dreyfus.
Yeah, it's just, it doesn't always...
Matt LeBlanc.
Doesn't always go well.
George Wendt.
Yeah. It's tough to separate. You get typecast, and it sucks, but you also have the royalties coming in, so it's a real catch-22. But not great.
Nobody talks about how the Chiefs' strategy to shut down the Bills quarterback sneak won the title game.
Nobody
Yeah, and
talks
we're not
about
going to talk about it either. We're not allowed to. The government has told us, stay away from this topic.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
How about that?
I still
It rings true still to this day.
It's a pretty standard move. Go to a smart school, flunk out, and then come on down to Missouri, the land of the diabetic sads, and plump up at Rockhurst for a few years. That's from little Tommy Tribbins and Martin. He's just a 5-year-old on a trike out in a parking lot, but he texts in.
It's just not very nice.
I just think it's weird to be a good enough student just to get in a school like that and then completely give up.
Well,
I don't imagine it happens very often.
It said he was expelled after receiving a 0.0 during the first semester of his junior year.
Yeah, so he stuck around.
So it's 2 years into his education.
Do you think the Jerry Faust era brought him down?
Something definitely brought him down.
Hey, Frazier worked just fine, you clown. That's from Beer Cats.
Well,
That's true. I mean, there's
There are examples.
There's always going to be exceptions, for sure.
Shelley
A different
Long.
world.
Shelley Long left the show.
And she did the Money Pit with Tom Hank.
Good or bad? Probably bad.
I don't know if I've ever seen the money.
good.
I don't know if I've ever seen the money
Doug, check
pit.
this out. We're gonna build our house until the flowers grow. Money Pit theme song.
All
Pretty
right.
good. I wouldn't mind hearing that leading into Lance Lynn.
You bet.
Now, Rhoda left Mary Tyler Moore's show and became a successful show. On
Rhoda
her own, too.
Barrett?
The Valerie show.
Right,
and
yeah.
that was with Jason Bateman. And then his spinoff was Ozark.
I don't know
think
that
was a
spin-off. No.
Rockhurst is superior to Notre Dame. If anyone says otherwise, they've never been to Mike's Tavern. That's from the Wembley Woods Wacko, which is different than the Warson Woods Wacko.
Okay.
We got a lot of Rockhurst listeners.
I think we do.
They like that Charlie Hoopers when you're in Kansas City.
Rocker's private, right?
Yep, Jesuit.
Got it.
AMDG. Don't forget his SNL skit with Ditka, Da Bears. Yeah, he was on the
That was
Ditka
kind of a
skit.
recurring role.
Absolutely.
Good call. Good call.
Doug, Ted Danson did quite well for himself on Curb Your Enthusiasm. That's Eric, and he's in the Central West End.
Okay.
Yeah, but reprehensible actions by Ted Danson.
In what way?
Being with Larry's ex-wife. This is so
Is that a
wrong.
cuck hitch?
Oh, it's so wrong. Larry's lucky, or Ted Danson's Larry Larry didn't slap him for that.
Well, he's playing a character.
Right, but that's still.
Ted Danson didn't really do anything
No,
wrong.
it leaves a bad taste, and his name in the show is Ted Danson. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth about Ted Danson.
But then Larry, in fairness, wanted to play swap and then asked Mary Steenburgen out, and she wasn't as interested.
But he wouldn't have done that if Ted Danson didn't start the war. I just think it was your best friend, and you're just going to be with his wife right after they get divorced. Come on.
But he's playing
Danson. I know, but still.
Hey, Jackson, Hal from Malcolm in the Middle had a pretty good spin-off with Breaking Bad. That's from Marcia's Burner.
Different.
A friend let his daughter apply to Michigan. She got accepted. Then he said, nope, too expensive, and sent her somewhere else. Meanwhile, he makes a fortune and can easily afford it. What a weirdo. Doug, that's from Sharon and Clayton.
And that's a spin-off from an earlier text?
You have a star on your hands in this Real Housewives of TMA. Don't be mad at Ted. Be mad at Cheryl, Jackson. That's Eric in the Central West End.
Oh, she gets plenty of blame, too, but it's still. But Ted, know better. And he asks Larry, and Larry says, no, I'm not okay with that, and he still does it. It's wrong. It's wrong, wrong.
You can email in on Ted Danson dating Cheryl Hines in Curb Your Enthusiasm the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Martin, you're a Design Air client. That's what I heard tell.
Love Design Air because you can count on them year-round for all your heating and cooling needs. And we also love the fact it's a family-owned business. It's been that way since the early days, the 1900s, and now fourth generation. Seth Goldcamp at the helm, keeping the family name going, the family business going. For all those needs that you have year-round, simply go online, designairservice.com, sign up there, and when the technicians come out, they'll make sure they fix everything properly without trying to talk into something you don't need. It's called upselling, and it happens a lot, and they make sure it doesn't happen with their folks. It's stressful enough when the heat goes out in the winter or the AC's out in the summer. You don't need the added stress, so that's why they make sure those repair folks get in, get out, make sure you're happy. They also sponsor the email of the day, the longest-running TMA sponsor. It is designairservice.com, where you can set up your next appointment.
Tim, Stanley Tucci has a new show on television. Didn't you say he cucked some dude that's from celebrity chef Dom DeLaReese? Jackson, I believe you're the one who really enjoys Stanley Tucci. Am I right?
Yes. I believe I said if you were to make a Mount Rushmore of men to make you a cuckold, Stanley Tucci would probably be on there.
Oh, please.
Like, you'd be okay. Well, at least you'd understand. You know, you're like, well, if I'm going to lose that to anybody.
It's Stanley Tucci, but Stanley Tucci and I, minus the Italian-Irish thing, we're smaller, bald gentlemen. I, of course, bring out the readers sometimes, Doug, because the ladies love a man and readers.
Oh, they do. And bifocals.
That's exactly right. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of surprising that he'd be cucking people.
Right. You would think that would be the case, but I think ladies really like his style.
Is that right, really?
Yeah, he's well-dressed. He's always cooking.
Always cooking.
You know.
He's got a little panache.
Yeah, a lot of panache. Obviously super talented. So I totally get it.
What's your panache level? On
Mine?
a scale of 10.
Yeah, fella.
Define panache.
Spell it.
Kind of showmanship.
Showmanship.
A sense of
style.
Yeah, kind of unspoken aura. And Stanley Tucci has it in spades.
Spades. Who else would be on that list?
That's a great question.
Because to Tim's point, you don't look at Stanley Tucci
and think he's going to cuck you.
Yeah, it doesn't have a Clooney vibe.
Right.
Clooney would be up there. That's the other
okay,
one.
so Stanley Tucci, George Clooney, these are the guys you want to cuck you.
Denzel.
Do you have to be old for panache?
No, not necessarily.
Chalamet.
Yeah, I don't want
your Mount Rushmore.
I don't want to get cucked. I don't want to get cucked by Chalamet.
Why is that?
Well, then I'd end up like talking Knicks basketball with him, and it just wouldn't be as fun.
You're going to talk with your cuckold?
If it's Chalamet, what his thoughts on Mitchell Robinson's free throws and singing in The Complete Unknown. So that'd be tough. I'll think of the fourth one later.
Panache is a French word meaning a flamboyant or stylish manner often associated with confidence and flair.
Yeah.
Stop sipping for Stanley Tucci.
Okay.
It's not going to sleep with you.
That's not the goal. It's not the goal.
Was that your plan coming into this show?
Not the goal. No. Nor, I just like Stanley Tucci a lot. And like I said, I'd understand.
Have you seen the miniseries where he's like a serial killer? Really good.
Oh, I'll check it out.
Because it doesn't fit that kind of vibe we're talking about with him.
Right.
He's actually a really devious, bizarre serial killer. Check it out. I'll get you the name.
Discussing who you want to cuck you is one of the worst topics in a while. Doug, that's from the Warson Woods Wacko, and it's not playing well in the 636. This show is literal trash. It's from the 636.
Again, it's not that I want. It's not that I want. It's that if it were to happen, you would understand. That's the critical. That's the crux of it. So, I don't know.
And you couldn't do much about it. You're not going to tackle the guy because you've never tackled anyone.
Yeah, but Tucci 5'8". Yeah, I think I could probably.
Have you been tackled?
Yes, for sure.
And you didn't return the favor?
Can't imagine. But I don't know. I just don't remember. I simply do not remember. Was he was with Edie Falco, right? Stanley Tucci? At one point, I just
don't know.
Inside Man is the series I recommend.
Inside Man? Oh, is that a play on Spike Lee's movie Inside Man from 2006?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think I'm doing something that's never been done before. I played St. Louis Country Club Thursday, Riverside on Sunday, and Boone Valley tomorrow. And the great one will be in our group. That's from Chairman Stephen Wildwood. He's playing with 99 at Boone Valley?
I don't know.
So he went from St. Louis Country Club to Riverside. I guess they have reciprocals. And then Boone Valley? And he's playing with 99?
I don't know.
How's this? Is it because he's the Listener of the Year? Is that what you get when you win Listener of the Year?
Probably
Chairman, you
so.
won Listener of the Year.
Yeah, I never played with Gretzky.
What the hell's going on with this chairman, Steve? And he's now hitting 290-yard drives?
Yeah, well, that I called into question.
Yeah, I'm going to call cap on that.
How would he be playing with the great one? Who does he know, Doug?
Maybe
Who does
he
he
just
know?
knows Gretzky.
Is there another great one other than Gretzky?
Tim.
Oh, my
So he's playing with Tim. Tim, are you playing Boone Valley?
I haven't been invited to play it. I'll be honest with you.
What if you were invited and they said, hey, meet me out at Boone Valley? We got the great one. And then you pull up like, I'm meeting Gretzky, I'm meeting Gretzky. Like, hey, Tim McKernan, how are you?
Yeah.
You
might have heard me on low-powered AM radio over the last couple decades.
Okay.
Bringing the heat.
Jackson is a reason there is a chair in the corner of a one-bed motel room. That's from the 636.
Yeah, the cook chair. It's always tough when you're checking in. You always wonder, at least, what's happened in this room. It's sometimes better not to think about
You
it.
just put a suitcase on that chair, can you?
Yeah.
It's close to the bed.
Usually. But we're not going to judge what people do in their hotel rooms.
Oh.
What is happening to our guy, Dawson's Creek? That's from Little Judy Suckins. Because of Jackson's love of Phil Martin, Little Judy Suckins coined the nickname Dawson's Creek, which I believe was something similar in James Vanderbeek's character in Dawson's Creek, which aired on the CW, or was that the WB?
Was it the Frog?
Katie Holmes? Frog Dad.
That's my boy. I've always been me. This has always been me. I don't know what you want from me.
Wanting to get cucked by Stanley Tucci.
Not wanting. Again, I think that's an important distinction here. It's that you would understand if it were to happen. You know, there'd be some situations you'd be like, really? Him? Tucci is not one of them.
No. Okay.
Guys, the great one's playing with Pools on Friday at Persimmon. It's from Boozy. Man, so he's playing with Stephen Wildwood on Thursday and playing with Pools on Friday.
How would these people have Wayne Gretzky's golf schedule?
His planner.
They've tapped into his BlackBerry.
Guys, quickly, can I get a status update on the text handle Jackson's Cuck Chair? Is that available? Jackson, do you update what's available this late in the month, or will you do that for the 636?
No, you'll have to wait until the first week of June.
Wow.
But I think it is available, so just hold on.
Tim, it was on the WB. All right.
I never saw it.
Nice to clear that
Dawson's
up.
Creek? But yet you have the nickname Dawson's Creek per Little Judy Suckins.
Which is tough. I mean, I just like watching a movie like the next guy. Get the big deal.
Your thoughts on the nickname Dawson's Creek? 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Lance Lynn coming up at 9 o'clock on the Stiefel dossier. And we'll talk about wanting to light our picnic table at spring training on fire with jet fuel, which would really probably put it out of business.
That would have been the end.
Lance Lynn at 9 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:50. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. There's your Stiefel dossier. This is TMA. It's presented by Brat and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Just sounds so good.
Yeah. When he says John Tudor punched a fan, they don't mean a fan. They mean a round and round fan blowing air out.
It got away from the Cardinals in Game 7.
It sure did. They lost, what, 11-0?
It was closer than the score.
It was done early. They were fighting like in the first inning.
Notice the Royals celebrated the anniversary with the Cardinals in town last weekend. Conveniently.
Yeah.
George Brett doesn't put up with that nonsense when they ask him, well, you were given the World Series with that missed call. I've heard him interviewed on that a few times.
Yeah, he gets banty.
Yeah, he says, well, they should have showed up in Game 7. They had a whole other game. Show up in Game 7. That's his response to that.
Yeah, a lot of teams have been on the receiving end of the high hard one in Game 6. The Texas Rangers, 2011. The Cardinals, 1985. The Cubs, Bartman, 2003. Tough to bounce back. And so therefore, I would imagine psychologically, plenty of Blues fans knew it was going to be awfully difficult for the Blues to bounce back after 1.6 in the overtime. I still was holding out hope, to be honest with you. Plus, I was watching on a cracked television once overtime rolled.
Oh, yeah. Did you get that fixed?
Humble brag.
Is that humble brag?
Yeah, cracked television. We get it, fella. You got a cracked television.
Yeah, it has been replaced. It has. So I just lit the profits from the emergency or the emotional risk management fund on fire with the television. But I will tell you this, one of the most famous home runs in baseball history, the next night, the team that was on the receiving end of it won Game 7. What team?
Say it again. Say it again.
Who I know.
One of the most, one of the most famous home runs in Major League Baseball history came in a Game 6. But the next night,
Reds.
the team, yes.
Carlton Fisk?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Doff my cap.
Because the Sox, of course, had not won a World Series for a million years, and that would have been in that stretch. Yeah, Fisk, the famous home run.
And that was on the This Week in Baseball Open.
This Week in Baseball with Mel Allen.
But then, of course, Robin Williams, circling back, did not go to that game because he had to see about a girl.
That's right.
Yeah. Doug's never seen Good Will Hunting.
I have. Yeah.
You have?
I just didn't remember that part.
Yeah.
The mini driver.
Dick Stockton was the Red Sox play-by-play man, I believe.
Cole Hauser.
It's a good engine.
My neighbor played Belle Reve with Pujols yesterday. That's from Steve and Wildwood.
Okay.
Albert Pujols and Wayne Gretzky are just like doing a little St. Louis tour.
Playing golf with anyone and everyone, apparently.
Albert does have a charity event this week, so it makes sense that he would be in town.
I bet he can hit the ball a long way when he gets a hold of it.
Yeah. I would have to imagine.
I enjoy looking up handicaps. I was able to find his son's, but I was not able to find his.
Maybe he's a great guy.
He probably doesn't care.
Yeah.
You don't think he can go out there and just play and enjoy it without gambling? I don't understand.
Well, I think he probably could. I think he probably does.
I guarantee he's got an index. He's just got like a burner index name.
Yeah, probably right.
Lance Lynn's going to join us here coming up in a matter of moments, and looking forward to talking it over with the former Cardinal. See what do you think he's doing? I bet he is just in full enjoy life, relax mode. I can't imagine anything else.
Yeah, a little bit of fishing. I don't know if he's a big golfer or not.
Yeah, I just bet he's just enjoying the hell out of it.
He's a Southern Illinois guy.
I bet he's enjoying the hell. Well, I'm looking forward to talking it over with him. Lance Lynn is going to join us coming up. Doug, you want to tell people about Mark Milton because he's a gentleman?
Well, he's certainly a gentleman who will get between you and the IRS when they come barking. He's a tall guy, big guy. Looks like he had played offensive tackle for somebody. So if the IRS comes barking at you, Mark Milton can get out there and keep him away from your quarterback. He'll protect you from the godforsaken tax man, and his law degree helps too. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is one of the best in the entire country, and now Mark Milton helps individuals and small businesses in the St. Louis area solve their tax problems. If you've got any kind of IRS issue at all, you need to contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today. Maybe you've got unfiled tax returns from years back, or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, anything like that, or even facing an IRS criminal investigation. You've got serious trouble, and you need someone experienced in that area to help you through it. And that guy is, of course, Mark Milton. You'll be saying, I'm not guilty. I was guilty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Well, Stephen Wildwood's active. He's playing with Gretzky tomorrow. His neighbor played with Pools yesterday, and now he says Lynn plays golf in Illinois. My other neighbor has a friend who plays with him a lot.
Okay, stop it.
He didn't know who he was, and my neighbor had to tell him. Ask Lance about it. Okay. That's from Steve in Wildwood. Little Tommy Tribbins is now not happy with Steve in Wildwood.
No,
Steve in Ballpark Village has passed Jim Edmonds in his name-dropping prowess. No one cares who your friends play golf with, you power Hoosier.
Oh.
Go eat a pastrami dog and jump off the DeWitt's Carlton.
Pastrami dogs are awesome. So
you had one last night?
Oh, so good. So damn good.
Okay, I don't really care who he's playing golf with either. It is kind of impressive, I guess.
Yeah, no, I think it's a little like Jerry Burger-esque. We've got
Let's go Burger.
Burger bits. Who's in town? Spotted, and then later they'll be feted at Cardwell's.
Feted.
Stephen Wildwood says that Pujols took $250 off his neighbor. So I guess he's got to be carrying an index. I told you, there's got to be a handicap.
Wouldn't it hurt to lose money like that to somebody worth $1 billion? You don't need this cash.
Do I really have to pay up, fella?
Damn right. Jordan made Jennings pay up.
Sure.
All right, Lance Lynn coming up, and I guess we got to ask him about Stephen Wildwood's neighbor and playing golf with him. That's the first question.
Okay.
All right, that's coming up next.
Okay, all right.
Mark.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling in the Eastern Conference Finals. We're talking ice hockey here. The Florida Panthers defeat the Carolina Hurricanes last night, making it 1-0 Panthers in that series. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
In 2025, we're gonna go all in. Gonna start it off by thumping the Twins. From there on out, it's all downhill. We going bats on fire. Bill. The wit that is the man at the top. Open them purse strings, tired of the slop. All you got to keep the young ones in there. Play them every day, show you're sincere. Look out now, these baby birds gonna fly. First place by mid-July. All the haters be singing their tune. They'll be playing in October when you're on your pontoon. They young gray. They young gray. Oh yeah, boy. They young gray.
Doug, we're in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour here on TMA 101 ESPN and YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the program former Cardinal, friend of the show, Lance Lynn, joining us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Lance.
Good morning, guys. I was a little questionable there. You were asking, was it a friend? Were you asking the question or wondering if that was true?
Well, I think it was more of the latter. Because kind of, if memory serves, Doug, was it the 2012 spring training? You told the cat that you were going to pour jet fuel on our picnic table and light it on fire. And I don't know if that was a gesture of friendship or maybe it would just be nice to not have this program interrupting you guys when you're going out to work out.
Hey, friendly banter is what it's all about.
See, Doug?
we can call it friends of the program for sure.
Yes. I mean, darn.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay.
So Tim wanting to burn the table with jet fuel was just kind of just messing with you.
Yeah, exactly right. Friendly banter.
That's the best way to get things going in the morning, a little fire.
That's you see.
A little fire. Clip that off, Jax.
I was theorizing that you're really enjoying retirement. That would be my guess. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I'm not hurting. I'm having a good time.
Oh, gosh.
When did you officially? I know you officially announced it, but you were kind of. But I mean, you were kind of hoping, right? All off season, and maybe just a little more. When do you say, okay, forget it?
I was up to multiple innings of live BPs and things like that. So I was all ready to go. It was the end of March. Spring training was kind of wrapping down. I realized that, man, spring training went fast and I didn't miss it at all, which is easy to do because spring training is kind of, when older you get and things like that, it gets a little old in the sense of every day, you're done by noon, but you're not playing meaningful games. So it's kind of drags on. But we went on spring break, took the kids on spring break. I went on spring break for the first time in my life. And I was like, man, what would I have been doing for so long where I've missed all this fun? So I got back from spring break. I made a few calls, heard where teams were at. Nobody's really changed or anything like that. And I was like, man, I'm not holding my family hostage anymore. I'm done. That was it. So that's what we did.
Huh. And you had a good year last year, 7-4, 3.84 ERA. I would have thought there would have been more interest around baseball immediately to put you on a roster somewhere.
Yeah, I think you're looking at a lot of teams early on were calling and talking. You had, some teams that had some interest and still at the end there was teams that had interest. To be honest with you, there were some teams that I just couldn't go play for either that were making offers. So it kind of was a weird off season, weird time in my life where I had an idea where I wanted to play and what I wanted to play for. And the teams that I wanted to play for either didn't have any spots and or didn't have the money. And the teams that I didn't want to play for and had no desire to play for were like, hey, what do you think about this? And I was like, man, I just can't play there. I appreciate it, though. So that's pretty much how it all went down.
And what are your days filled with now? Are we fishing, boating? What are you doing?
You got a little bit of everything. Right now, we're trying to get through the last week of school, so that's where we're at. We got three different drop-offs in the carpool lane, so that consists of every 2 hours it feels like I'm at elementary school picking somebody up or something like that. So that's what it consists of. Playing a little golf. We're getting everything ready for boating season. We just got a jet ski. We got a fishing boat. So. Nice. We're ready to rock for summer here.
Well, Lance Lynn, our guest here on TMA, is working with Big League Impact. We're going to talk about that. We also had a listener who says he's playing golf with Gretzky tomorrow, and he said, Lynn plays golf in Illinois. My other neighbor has a friend who plays with him a lot. He didn't know who he was, and my neighbor had to tell him, ask Lance about it. Does this ring a bell, Lance?
No. That does not ring a bell.
I'm glad I asked. Great return on investment on that one.
Yeah, Southern Illinois is Cardinals country. There's quite a few people who know who I am. Unfortunately, you can't get away with anything. So I'm sure he knew exactly who I was. But the question is, I play with my brother-in-law and father-in-law every day, so I don't think it's one of them. So
that would be bad. That would be awkward if they, the Moon Man, Mike Shannon, lived down in Southern Illinois, and he said he'd be in the grocery store, and he would just be talking to Lori, his wife, and then they'd come around the corner, and there'd be people standing going, "It's you," because they heard his voice. Mm-hmm. So yeah, there are a lot of Cardinal folks down there.
I'm about half a mile from where Mike lived, so I know. Well, obviously I knew Mike very well. He was amazing. Lori was still down here. We see her every once in a while. So yeah, I'm not too far from where he was at all. And very, very great. Passionate Cardinals fans down here, so they're not letting anything slip by them.
Lance, have you reflected on the career? You came along at a great time for the Cardinal franchise, 2011, of course, that run, and then the next couple of years, too, being in the NLCS every year. Have you looked back on it, and what are your thoughts?
Man, when you look back at the time, I was so young when I came up in the sense of, just age-wise, I was, in my early 20s. To come up and be a part of World Series. In my first 4 years, I didn't not go to an NLCS. And then when you're doing it, you're like, man, this is what you're supposed to do. I've never in my life, I went to college, Ole Miss. We played in the SEC tournaments we played in. We tried to get to Omaha. We were in super regional stuff like that. High school, I was in state championships. So I didn't know any better, to be honest with you. Like, I was like, hey, this is what we do. Heck, even in the minor leagues, we were winning I was on teams that won league championships on the teams we were on. So I was like, this is what I've done. And then weirdly, you start not making the playoffs, or you start not getting deep, and then you get later in your career where you don't make playoffs. You really understand what you were able to be a part of. And you really understood how fun it was to win and be a part of winning teams too. So I look back on those times as, what a great honor it was to be a part of those teams. What a luxury I had early on in my career to have the players and the teammates and the coaches that I had, and to learn from. And I was able to take that on in my career and have a decent run.
What would you say was the single greatest moment of your career?
You can't turn down. When you win a World Series, that's the single greatest baseball moment you're going to have as a professional. Like I said, I got lucky in my whole life playing this sport. I went to the Little League World Series when I was 12. I was able to win a state championship with all my high school friends. I was, won an SEC championship in college. I won a World Series. So I was able to play for good teams and have a lot of great relationships and great teammates. But when you were the number one team in Major League Baseball, there's no other, there's no better feeling in the world.
That's got to be a pretty small list. Little League World Series, state championship, college championship, World Series. I don't know who's got the Elias Sports Bureau. Somebody's got it. That's got to be a really select club.
Only thing I missed was the college World Series of the big.
SEC championship. Okay.
Yeah, I got the SEC camp. Yeah, so I like I said, I was very blessed with the teams I was able to be on, and the players I was able to be around, and the coaches I was able to have.
And Lance, I was telling this story earlier, the famous bullpen moment during the World Series, and the story goes, there's a Joe Strauss recap, that when you got on the mound, that Tony had wanted Jason Mott, Zubchinski had been pitching, that when you got to the mound, that Tony said, "What are you doing here?" Is that somewhat accurate?
Yeah, to be honest with you, it was. That was such a blur in the sense of how, I mean, you're in the middle of the World Series. You're just getting up, getting loose. I remember we were sitting down there. I wasn't even supposed to be hot that day because I think the day before I had thrown like 2 2/3 innings or something like that. And something, I don't even remember how many pitches, but before the game, they're like, "Hey, do whatever you need to do to get ready for game 6 or whatever it was. Like, you're not pitching today." And then they called down. I was geared up and ready to go just in case. You know, you never know. It's the World Series. Derek Lockwitz looked over and goes, "Hey, you're up." And everyone looked at me, the whole bullpen. So it was like, and we were all like, "All right, cool, let's do it." I mean, there was 2 outs. It was, "Hey, go get 1 out." I was like, "Cool, maybe that's what they're doing. Let me get that 1 out, and then they can, give somebody a fresh inning the next inning," because I was very limited that day. So that was what we were all thinking, and we got out there. I was like, "No, you're not doing this at all." And then, I intentionally walked somebody just so Mott could come in there next.
Did the skipper say, "What are you doing here?" Or did he seem flabbergasted and you walked out there?
I came in, he's like, he said something, and I was looking at Yachty, because I was kind of locking in on, like, "Hey, what do I have to do to get," I think Elvis Andrus was up, so I was like, "Hey, what do we got to do to get him out?" And then next thing I know, they're throwing balls out of the dugout at Yachty while I'm warming up to get me to stop throwing, because they didn't, I don't know. It was like I said, it was a weird flash, and you don't really remember everything that was going on. I just remember getting the call in the bullpen. I was like, "Oh, well, I guess I got to go get an out." And then I just got up and got ready. And then after the game, they're like, "Hey, you weren't supposed to come in. We apologize." And I was like, "Well, whatever. Nothing bad happened. I intentionally walked the guy, and Mott came and got the next out. So nothing bad happened. So at least we got lucky there, I guess."
Tim, it's kind of like this show. You don't have to. You really don't want to do it, but it's your turn. You just do what they tell you.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, it's like, "Hey, here's your number. Call the number and just get it over with." They're going to bore you for like 10, 15 minutes, and then you're done, right? That's kind of what I got out of it this morning.
Wow. Are you reading your email?
Yep.
That's exactly what it said. Well, what took place in Game 5 then set the stage for what I would imagine was, about 90 minutes of baseball that here in St. Louis will live forever, and really around the major leagues. It's talked about as one of, if not the best games in history. When you go back to Game 6 of 2011, of course, we all have our memories of take your pick of Freese's hit, Berkman's hit, Freese's home run. Anything that stands out to you, whether it be behind the scenes or something that you saw or heard from that night?
Yeah, I tell David he's welcome every time because I set it up for him by giving up back-to-back home runs in the 8th to get it off.
That was nice.
That's a nice gesture.
Right?
Yeah,
So,
Freese is nothing without you.
You got to have that one guy that sets everything up for people, and I was able to do that. No, I mean, I remember sitting there before we tied it up, and I was in line for the loss and the season to be over. So I remember sitting there being like, "Man, I just cost us a chance to win the World Series." And then, having, great teammates, David and everybody. I mean, that was top to bottom. That was a great, sequence of at-bats and things like that. And then David was able to do what he was able to do. So, that was part of that team that year, man. You have Albert and Matt and all those guys, and then you have everybody else kind of came into their own at the end of the season, and were able to kind of sneak in the playoffs by one game with the collapse of the Braves, and then just kind of got hot. And then I think that was what we just weren't afraid of the situation in the moments. Game wasn't over yet, so we weren't done, and we were able to get through it.
I see you pitched more than 2,000 innings in your career. That seems like a lot. I mean, you still feel good? The body's still in good shape at this point?
As good as it can be. That's a lot of wear and tear, especially since I've been pitching since I was 12. So you look at the 12 years before I got to the major leagues was a lot of wear and tear too. So for the most part, I came out of it well, and I think that was one of the other reasons why I think it was a good time to shut it down. Is I was in a good spot to go enjoy my kids and enjoy retirement, to where I'm not. I had to do a little rehab on my knee at the end of the season, but a lot of that was just rest. So I had no surgeries to end on or anything like that. And I was like, man, I can end my career in St. Louis, where my family got to see me pitch my last game. I hit a lot of milestones I wanted to hit last year: innings, strikeouts, wins, and all kinds of stuff. And they were all there for my last start, and it was in Busch Stadium in a Cardinals uniform. So I'm sitting there looking at it at the end of March, saying, "Man, nothing's going to end like that." So that was another reason why I retired.
Tim, I don't know if the email told Lance that he'd be, taking texters' questions, but somebody said, please ask him about Hump Day with the cat in Colorado. I believe number 31 came out in a camel costume. I think, was that at Coors Field?
Yes, that was. When all the what commercial was that when they were running around?
There was.
Yeah, so we were. John Ashford bought them, and then I think he made the young bullpen guys walk around Colorado in them on the way to the game or something like that. So it was kind of one of those little. We're having a good time that day, having fun. And it was like, and then I think we were sitting in the locker room, and someone's like, "You won't wear the Hump Day, the camel costume on air." And I was like, "Why the hell wouldn't I?" And then so that's where it came from. We were having a good time, having a little rookie hazing, but it was more like everybody was just having fun, walking around Denver, just wearing a camel outfit, and next thing you know, it ended up on air.
It was Geico. I just Googled that Camel Hump Day. They would walk around the building. Remember Hump Day? And he's played off of that. Lance Lynn pitching a quarter of the season at the end of the year with a torn ligament in his elbow to save the wear and tear of the other pitchers on the staff is how I'll always remember him. A true warrior. And I think that was the end of the 2015 campaign.
Yeah. I missed all of 16.
Yeah.
So that was a weird time, man, because Wainwright blew his Achilles out early that year. And I was sitting there talking to him, and he was like, "Hey, he's like, you finish this year, and I'll take care next year while you're out." And I was like, "All right." So it was one of those things where I felt like I could get outs. I felt like I could deal with the pain and manage it, and I was able to do it for the most part. There were some times where, man, it was tough, but straight up was like, "Hey, can you do it?" And I was like, "Yeah." And we were able to get through the season, and I was able to have some decent starts and not kill the depth of the team or the bullpen. So that was a very I learned a lot that year, though, how to deal with a lot of things, especially physical. And then when I came back from Tommy John, it really made me understand that, hey, you throw baseball for a living, you're going to be miserable forever. So when I was coming back from Tommy John, it was easy too, because I was like, they're like, "Hey, what do you feel?" I go, I feel like you didn't fix it, so I'm fine. I've already dealt with this before. And then next thing I know, like the second year after Tommy John, I was like, "Oh, this is what you're supposed to feel like." And a lot of those sensations and pains and that stuff went away. So I was able to really, really build after the 18 season. I was really able to get going.
Lance Lynn, our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMA STL. Still, it gets talked about you not coming back when you wound up signing with the Twins, and that irritated Cardinal fans in a major way that offseason, not directed toward you, for the record, but that the Cardinals didn't bring you back. If you could, take us back to that time and what was going on, both on your end and on the Cardinals' end.
Yeah, I think it was just a different time. And, I mean, for every player, their dream is to get to the major leagues, and then you try to get to arbitration, and then you try to get to free agency. So I think that you put people around you, agents and stuff like that, put a big thing on, hey, get to free agency, see what can happen. The qualifying offer was given to me. There was, talks about, hey, obviously I'm about to be a free agent. I'd like to get more than just 1 year. And then at the time, there was a lot of back and forth about certain things, and then it just didn't materialize in St. Louis. And I think it was, who knows what was being done negotiation wise at that point in my career. I wasn't in tune with it as much as I was at the end of my career, which I was handling more things on a personal level at the end. So I don't know exactly what went down. All I know is I enjoyed my first run in St. Louis, and then I was able to have my my last run last year there. So it kind of all played out. I was able to go find myself and do some things in the game and have some different experiences, which I'm grateful for. But I was able to come back and end in St. Louis. So all in all, it ended up working out.
Do you still have the beautiful 69 Camaro? I'll never forget him passing me on Highway 64 laughing when I realized it was him.
No, I had to get rid of that. We started moving around and doing all that stuff. Those old cars, if you're not there to take care of them and keep tinkering with them and keep them running, they get you in trouble. So I was able to, I got that. My father-in-law was able to kind of make sure it was good to go and got it to a good spot here in Southern Illinois. So it's doing well, but maybe now that I'm retired and have more time on my hands to make sure those things keep running and keep doing those things, I'll keep it around.
Texters are enjoying this segment. They actually don't like anything about this show ever.
Yeah, so this is
sort of a rare.
So you got a lot in common with the texters, Lance. So one of the questions is, can you ask Lance what his stock 7-iron yardage is? That's from Mr. Siders. Mr. Siders has played golf with Jackson Burkett here on the program, and Jackson, even though he's a 27-year-old strapping lad, can only hit it, 142? Is that the issue?
If I goose it, about $150.
All
right, there you go. So your stock 7-iron, Lance.
Your stock 7 is 150?
Yeah, in that ballpark.
In that ballpark, nice. I'd be hitting a pitching wedge.
Wow.
He
What's it feel like?
you.
He is pipping you and
Yeah, so I think my 7-iron is going to be like that 185, 190 club.
How's it feel, Jackson?
It hurts.
Well, he is a professional athlete, and you're
right. And people know I'm the up and down king. You know,
Sure.
I might miss the green
There you go.
short, but you better believe that pitching wedge bump and run is going to get tight.
Oh, nice.
You got the bumping. You got the old man game down already.
That's right.
27.
Smooth. Well, easy on the joints. Well, say it's easy on the joints.
There you go.
Lance, do you think you'll ever get another job, or are you just going to be on vacation for the next 50 or 60 years?
Well, the beauty of the game of baseball is you make a lot of money just to throw it, so I don't have to work ever again, and that's always a fun thing to have, right? I got lucky. I got to play a game for a living, and I got to make a lot of money doing it. So now I'm just going to see where things take me. Right now it's family time. See what's next. Maybe I'll come on some random bad radio shows here and there, just for fun.
Wow, that sounds like Holiday's line about this show all the time too. He's you'll probably get a text from Holiday. He's a loyal listener, but you can hear Lance Lynn with the cat weekly on the podcast called "Serving It Up." Check that out, "Serving It Up" with the cat, who would always call Lance a delight.
I love the term a delight. Yeah.
Although I will say, that's the podcast.
I'm some people need their radio shows carried. Cats, we've been carrying Cat for years too. So it looks like Matt and I are now helping you guys out carry your show.
Yeah, there's a lot of charity efforts going on.
But Lance is a delight, but then he could kind of also mess with you. I remember when they picked up Tommy Pham, and I went over to his locker last year on the TV, and I said, "Hey, you were teammates with Pham," and he said, No, I wasn't. And I walked away, and Kat said he was teammates with Tommy. And I said, God dang it. And I went back to Baseball Reference. Like, they were absolutely teammates.
Jackson, do you have any famous?
Tommy was a teammate on my first minor league team that I played on in St. Louis. So I've known Tommy since we were 20, 21 years old.
Well, I knew that, and that's when then I got dunked on.
You got bluffed.
So then I go up to like a rookie. What will it be like to have Tommy Pham on the squad? I don't know. I've never met him. Perfect.
We have a number of drops in our archives from you over the years. Jackson, just some samplings here. Do you have some Lance Lynn?
I think this one
take a listen.
Does the job here.
There's nothing worse than a comfortable media person.
Ouch. What was the context on that?
That's just Jim Hayes in Central. It's like if you were to have a cheese plate in the locker room, he would have just been in a great day, right? You just sit there eating your Triscuits, your cheese, and just having a good old day, watching the TV. You know, if the U.S. Open's on, you know, instead of doing their job, media is just sitting around watching the TV and not even on like if you turn the TV on, they'll leave. But they're like, man, I got to watch TV and stand in AC. It's like, no, go up to the box and do your job. I've never seen anything like it. Heck, I've been in clubhouses where media are sitting on the couch.
That's a bad look.
That would be a problem.
Not a comfier job in sports than a media person in a locker room nowadays. They think it's their locker room.
Oh, wow. I did have a young photographer a couple of years ago. He asked me, it might have been Lensman Jake, who was with me at spring training this year. He saw the ping pong table, and I think Jed Jerker was playing. He said, Martin, can I ask him to play? And he said, no, you cannot.
You should have told him to go ahead.
Absolutely. The squad would have gotten a great kick out of that.
Yep. Yeah, Jed would have let that slide, I promise.
Lance, you're of course close with Adam Wainwright and working with him on Big League Impact. What are your connections, and what will you be doing?
Obviously, Adam's done a great job of developing Big League Impact while he's playing and, post-playing days. Obviously right now in St. Louis and in this area, we got hit bad by storms also down here in Southern Illinois. So, Big League Impact is going to be helping, have athletes reach out and working with local charity partners to help the people that have been hit by all these storms. So if you go and want to help, it's at www.bigleagueimpact.org/donate. And, love to help the local people that have been impacted by these storms here of late. It's been kind of a crazy weather. Usually, when I'm playing, they don't realize this time of year is so bad because we're missing stuff. But it's been crazy. I've had some family members and some close friends down here that, have, had some destruction to their homes and stuff like that. So thoughts and prayers go out to everybody that was impacted. And, we just try to help and pick up the pieces and rebuild.
God bless. That's a great cause, considering what's going on here in both the St. Louis area and then also in Southern Illinois. It is bigleagueimpact.org/donate. Adam Wainwright and Lance Lynn working to raise money for all of those affected by a storm. Final question I see coming in here. How do you feel about Telena's being torn down?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Didn't know.
Oh no! I hate to.
It's awkward.
Now I broke that unfortunate news to you, and that hurts a lot of St. Louisans right there at 40 in Hampton. Doug, I know you were there one night. Yasiel Puig was
hung out there 5-6 nights a week, and then went to Steak and Shake right next door.
Ooh, nice, convenient.
It was right across from the old Two Fox.
That's right.
And you would walk in, and you're like, I'm just going to get a hamburger, and it was like bright neon pink lights. It was a bit odd.
Yeah.
No, it happens. Hey, question: why did you guys fire Jim Hayes? What do you do to you?
Yeah, exactly. No. Doug, you want to take?
I'm not in charge of anything. I'm just a slipper.
We saw the cat down at spring training, and I said, "Come on the program." He goes, "No, these guys fired me over here." So he was lurking around the picnic table that you did not claim with jet fuel, right. and so, but he would not come on the presentation. He called in about a month or so ago. But
which one are you guys undercutting?
I think it was Jackson.
Feels like people are tired of the cat and his New York values.
Oh, yeah, Charlie Marlowe kind of slid into that role. Yeah. I will say the cat's the one who texted me and said, "Make sure you mention the podcast." The cat.
Outstanding.
You guys aged him out. That's just so rude.
No.
Yeah. If that was the case, I'd be gone too.
Doug's been buried by Telena.
This may surprise you, having been in professional sports and dealing with contracts. Sometimes there's bad management. Sometimes you get sideways with people in charge, and then you're like, God, why did they do that?
But not here. That was an old
not
station.
Here. I'm just saying.
Doug, that's why Doug's a crafty veteran right there.
Sometimes there are people in charge and like, how did that guy get put in charge?
I totally get it. I totally get it. My first time in St. Louis, I said the wrong thing to Mo, and then he told me to go away for a couple of years and come back. I totally get that.
See, that's what happened. Now we got the answer to the Twins signing right there. All makes sense.
I always sometimes you have the gift of telling people what you actually feel gets you in trouble. I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Martin, you and Lance probably have that going in common. I think.
Yeah, sometimes say too much.
Yeah, but it's entertaining for the rest of us.
I can almost hear like the Mo. Oh, that's a great point, Lance. Enjoy Minnesota. Like that's probably how that went.
It was like, oh, you're correct. And I was like, I know I am. He's like, well, I don't like it. It's goodbye.
That'll wrap it up. Lance, great conversation. Enjoyed the hell out of talking it over with you here on the program. Once again, it's bigleagueimpact.org/donate. Lance Lynn, friend of the show, confirmed here on TMA. Thank you,
now
Lance.
we're comfortable, though.
Yeah,
now we're comfortable
saying it. Thank you, Lance.
Yeah. No, thank you guys. Have a good one.
Take it easy, man. That's Lance Lynn with us here on TMA, Collier and Thompson phone lines, talking it over. Enjoyed the hell out of it.
He's a delight.
And he is a delight. The cat's right. He is a delight. Yeah, he had a lot of good exchanges with Cal May. Feel like, Jackson had it at the ready, Doug. How about this?
How good was it just to see this team get the win?
Yeah, it was very good.
That was the end of the interview. That was the entire interview.
Bigleagueimpact.org/donate as Adam Wainwright and Lance Lynn raising money for people affected by the storms in the St. Louis metropolitan area, also where Lance is in Southern Illinois. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring, family and locally owned now for over 30 years. Michael takes great pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and they make a great living. You can go online and right now you can get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. That's right. Go online at igotfloored.com and you can check it out. Find your flooring, see in your room, choose your samples, and get a quote. Again, go online at igotfloored.com for more details. His passion's flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why, again, he's making sure the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is incredible compensation in the industry. Just come in or talk to them, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. fired up for the Busman special? Doug?
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I could play today. I feel so good.
Take a listen to this, though.
The chase is on. The chase is on. It's playoff baseball. The chase is on.
More fired up?
Yeah. Well, about the same as I was a moment ago.
Cardinal lineup up just now for the festivities, the Busman special, with Lars Nootbaar getting the day off. Brendan Donovan is in left field today for the Cardinals. So it's Wynn, Donovan, Contreras, Herrera at cleanup, Burleson, Arenado, Gorman playing second, Walker in right, Scott in center, Andre Palante on the mound. It's Herrera, Palante, Busman special, over under 8.5. I don't want to touch that.
See what the wind's doing.
You want to check on the Hawk?
Yeah.
I feel like a high-scoring game.
Do you think so?
I think it's like a
Well, the
7-5.
Cardinals aren't traveling. They just get the day off tomorrow, and they're sticking around. Tigers are traveling. They're flying out, and they got a game tomorrow. I don't know where to go on that. Hey, in studio here, Martin, we have a friend of the show and a friend of yours going back years, won an auction at the St. Louis University High School auction. Doug, you call it the cash bar.
I do, yeah.
And that is to have an in-studio visit, and this is a longtime friend of yours.
Absolutely. Con Lane, the oldest of 8 kids. We're talking Glendale royalty, Mary Queen of Peace, Mount Rushmore of families, Tim.
Doug, what is the Mary Queen of Peace, Mount Rushmore of families?
I don't know.
Come on, I got to start with the Lane family. A lot of big families there. Gosh.
You can't come up with another name.
I was trying to be fair about it.
All right.
The Essen family. I mean, we're talking huge family. Doug, this is my line about being Catholic in the 70s. I tried to explain it to my wife, who grew up in Southern Illinois. I said, in the 70s, your friends, the family Catholic, okay, everybody had 8 kids, a station wagon, and a drinking problem. And I said,
that's actually
it was glorious.
Yeah,
that has been a better time to be a kid.
Now that you mention it, I think that's accurate.
Kind of sums it all. Somewhere Mr. McKernan is, that's about right, Martin. And 130 Elm was the address. So they had 8 kids, and what they needed was a kid that hung out at their house all day, and that was me, because they already had 8 kids, but I was the 9th lane. And I was the only one who was allowed to swear in the house.
I saw Con's sister last week, and she told me that little anecdote. That
the brothers-in-law, all the guys that married into the family hated it.
You walked into the house cussing like
a little sailor boy.
Well, not when I was like 10 or 12.
Oh.
Over the years, I might tell a story.
With some profanity.
Yeah. And Mr. Lane, the older Connie Lane, would allow it. I was grandfathered in, Doug.
Okay, I see.
Some stories a little better. Now, Jerry Seinfeld always says if he could tell a joke and it was funny or with a swear word, he would do it. But when he would workshop the joke, he would decide if there was a swear word, and he said he didn't need it. But some did come off a little better with some
profanity.
So you were just working kind of blue just for the
130 Elm, yeah. And then the great Mrs. Lane, Karen Lane, just passed away recently. Wonderful tribute to her, and Con spoke at the funeral for his mom. She was a great lady as well, and just a wonderful family. And I've been lucky to be an extended part of I guarantee somebody listening knows one of the Lane girls or one of the Lane boys, and is Brendan? He's a little close. Well, Megan's maybe closer to your age, I think, Tim.
I think Courtney.
Courtney. Yeah, that's right.
The one who's close to me.
But we put Con in the cuck chair to make him feel real special.
What an honor. Yeah.
Sitting in Chairman
You bid on coming into the show, and you get put in the cuck chair. I don't know if that was included when St. Louis U High advertised the package. But thank you for donating, Con, and thank you for coming into the program.
His wife Becky has bleach at home because she said she
knows what's coming
here. He's going to get bleached.
She knows what's coming. You can send yours in 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in, and you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com, fresh off of about a half-hour conversation with Lance Lynn. That was podcast-esque right there. Talking it over with the former Cardinal, who, without a doubt in my mind, is enjoying retirement. There's some guys you're like, God, they're not going to be able to retire. And then there's some guys I'm just like, yeah, Lance Lynn's a guy who's going to just be able to sit back and enjoy it. Doug, do you want to guess career earnings, at least per Baseball Reference, or you already looked it up?
I have not looked it up. I'd guess about $100 million.
That's right in the ballpark, $95 million.
Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to be 37 years old and have $100 million in the bank.
Oh, my goodness.
And he made it pretty clear. I think there were offers to pitch this year, but the money wasn't right or the city wasn't right. And he was in a position where, do I want to go there? No. Okay. Do I want to pitch for them? Sure. What are they offering? Nah, no thanks.
Yeah.
Just turn it down.
At this point, if you've done it all, if you've won a World Series, if you've made a boatload of money and got a young family, what's the point of moving over to Cleveland or someplace like
He's
that?
got 3 different drop-offs and pickups in the morning.
Uh-huh.
I guarantee it doesn't matter who you are, how much money you have, he's getting yelled at during the pickup line.
Oh, yeah, the wife is still the boss.
It's the great equalizer.
Oh, we had an 8th grade graduation last night, and one of the kids did the tribute to the teachers and said, thank you for this, thank you for that, even though our parents always got the drop-off and pickup line wrong, and that's what Strickland says. Oh, my God, I'm more stressed than anything when I go to pickup.
Are your kids the same school as Strickland?
No, we're just saying over the years, the stress of like, you're in the wrong lane.
Oh.
Nope, don't stop there. Park over there. No, not there. Keep moving. Keep moving. And
This is Mary Queen of Peace where they yell at you like this?
This is not at Mary Queen of Peace.
Oh.
I'm saying everyone can relate when you drop the kids off.
Yeah.
This is when the teachers get to scold the parents,
Right.
Doug.
Okay.
Not the students.
That was Kay Adams right there yelling at Doug about bashing her about Brian Hartline, if memory serves.
It would cost me a fantasy football game or two, and I wasn't happy about it. And what happened to her afterwards? Well, she went straight to the top.
Yeah.
What happened to me? I'm still a schlepper.
We got to go on HD2, though.
Yeah, that helps. It helps a little bit.
It does help a little bit. All right, the program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen, and we'll take a commercial break, come back with more. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Want to get out of town, take a trip, head down to Florida, go to Fort Myers, Fort Lauderdale. You can take Connie Lane with you. He's here. He's going to book a flight. FlyMidAmerica.com is the website for Mid-America St. Louis Airport. A lot of folks are starting to realize how not only have all these great destinations, but the prices are awesome from Allegiant Air, and you can get to these 7 Florida destinations, also Gulf Shores, Hilton Head, Las Vegas. When you want to book a flight, want to get away, do it at a great price with the convenience that you get at Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Park right in front of the terminal, less than $10 a day to park. Go inside, check in, go through security. Typical time from your car to the gate is 15 minutes. You cannot beat that in terms of travel these days. Convenience, low prices, great destinations. Roll it all into one. You've got Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Book those flights online at FlyMidAmerica.com.
Doug, you were thinking the Weeknd was going to change his stage name, and so Jackson, in a tribute to you, is playing some Weeknd for the return music.
Why is he changing his name?
I don't know. Moving on.
Why would you do that? You've created a brand and a big name.
I agree usually. Yeah, and I like the name. I think it's kind of unique. People think he's a band, and he's just one guy.
A guy who can't spell weekend.
He can. A band in Canada. He's from Toronto. Already had the name The Weeknd, and so to avoid any issues, he just dropped the E in weekend.
That's astute. I mean, Vince McMahon, of course, ran into that with the World Wildlife Enterprises
Federation.
Oh, Federation. And so he had to go WWE.
Mm-hmm.
And all these years later, look at it now.
No, I don't want to.
Larry Nickel. WWE.
So what's Weeknd changing his name to?
I don't know. He hasn't decided. He's got a new movie coming out right now with Jenna Ortega, so I'm sure it'll be after that.
Sharon and Clayton took the opportunity to attack children again. She writes, yet another reason dogs rule, no petty fights or stress at doggy daycare drop-off. Kids suck. Martin, that was in reference to your wonderful story about the carpool lane.
Somebody pointed out Mr. Mom with Michael Keaton. He got scolded. You're doing it wrong. That 100% still exists in real life. Tim Mr. Siders enjoyed my story about being at the Lane House using profanity. He said, Martin, hell yeah, quit the job at the Two Fox, hit the road for your dream of stand-up. So he's offering me a little support.
Oh, my goodness.
By saying hit the road.
Usually he's critical in particular of Jackson's 7-iron distance.
But I think he's supporting my leaving the show, Tim, like hitting the road. So I think it's a self-fulfilling support.
Doug, you'll like this one from Big Tuft. Yeah. Are we even going to acknowledge our Battlehawks clinch the conference championship? This is a Battlehawks town now. That's from Big Tuft.
And they get to host it because there's a conflict at the stadium that D.C. has.
And former Battlehawks quarterback Jordan Ta'amu is
not
critical
happy.
of that because he's with Washington, which is not Washington.
The D.C. Defenders.
Thank you. And he says if they're going to sacrifice the integrity of competition for attendance, something about the league not being upstanding.
And he probably got a note from the commissioner.
Yeah, stop saying that. But, I mean, he's right on, right? It's true. They're just trying to do it for business reasons.
The thing you said that's true. Just take it back.
Yeah. Just trying to keep the league in business, I guess.
June 8th on Fox. XFL. So instead of divisions, Doug, you like divisions? The UFL, the league, is split into two conferences. But the conference is 4 teams, which looks more like a division.
Okay.
But the playoff game, June 8th against D.C., will be on Fox. Sunday, June 8th. Make your plans now.
Fly with me, lesbian battlehawk.
Context.
All I know is Iggy's in the YouTube chat. That's all I know. And that's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. It is a perfect day for baseball. This will be glorious. Now, it's not, once again, apples to apples. It's not fair. It's a busman special. Doug scolded me and made sure I called it a bus person's special. But they did have a good crowd last night, attendance-wise. Little Jackie Papers was our representative. And this city is on edge with the series on the line and the series winning streak on the line. But 31,766 fans were at the Ball Yard last night. And today, perfect day. I don't know. I think you're going to have a good crowd. People are going to enjoy some libations and some Cardinal baseball as they take the series from the best team.
Series is on the line, Doug. Do you feel the city's pressure right now? The tense nature of the town?
Doesn't matter. Just
we
get
should
the
have
win.
asked Lance Lynn as a former player.
Jackson, call him back.
About winning.
Sure, I'll be responsive to that.
It just doesn't matter.
He may not
be
too worried about anything.
I wonder if we're seeing the emergence of the next great Cardinal star in Vaughn Herrera. He's batted enough now. Yeah, he's 25 for 57. That's a lot of at-bats to still be hitting that high. So every time he comes up, it looks like he's going to hit a line drive somewhere.
Martin, I'm curious, were you aware of the potential here?
No,
with him?
I've said this a number of times. How come we didn't hear more about him?
I remember asking at the beginning of the season, Brad Thompson, mainly for Producer Joe / TMA's fantasy baseball league, who would be an under the radar player to draft, and he said Herrera. And I don't think either one of us got him, by the way.
No.
But so he was high on him, and he thought he was kind of flying under the radar. But relative to what he has done and where he is in the organization, I don't think there was a lot of buzz. For example, I mean, I realize this is the ultimate comparison or second greatest comparison you could make. When the Cardinals traded Fernando Tatis to the Expos, I mean, Walt Jocketty flat out said, we have this guy down in Memphis, and at the time, he was a third baseman, then he became a left fielder, and then he became a first baseman, then he became a designated hitter, and then he finished off things in Cooperstown, and that was Albert Pujols. But they knew that that was coming along. With Herrera, I don't know when he popped on the radar, or if this is just a huge surprise. You know what I mean? And if it's a huge surprise, then is it sustainable? But if they knew it was coming, then maybe they really do have something.
I think Ollie said something to me last year off camera. We were talking about younger players or whatever. He said, look at Herrera's numbers. He said, everywhere he's been, he hits at every level of the minor leagues. I think the issue with him, and he's been around. I mean, he is the second longest tenured Cardinal, other than Halsey. Isn't that unbelievable? With the I mean, he was a kid.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
When they signed him, but he's been with the franchise second longest. Only Halsey's been around longer. But he was signed when he was young. But I think the issue was they didn't think he was a great catcher, so they weren't sure like where he was going to play eventually. Where did he slot? And then Pages, they really love the way he handles pitchers. He's better defensively. So then if Pages becomes, okay, what are we doing with this Herrera? So I think they knew he could hit, but they just weren't sure where he was going to land. But I don't think you heard enough about him, as good as he is.
So I asked you guys before the season, I did a little preseason poll, and I asked, who do you guys think will be the leader, the batting average leader in 2025? Doug said Alec Burleson. Tim said Brendan Donovan. Martin said Ivan Herrera.
Thank you.
You shipped
I'll
him.
be darned.
And you can cash that ticket.
But he doesn't have enough
May
at-bats yet to
21st.
qualify.
Oh,
Sorry,
thanks,
Martin.
Doug.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Nice try.
He's a great kid, too.
Another guy we didn't hear much about until he got here is Brendan Donovan. I don't remember hearing his name until he showed up.
And I've told that story. It was at Pools' golf tournament or family Top Golf Pools Family Foundation fundraiser, and interviewing Wainwright. He said, I got to tell you, man, this Donovan, and he'd only been here like a week or two, maybe 3 weeks. He said, that guy can play. He just went on this whole rant about Brendan Donovan. I was like, I thought it was just some guy they called up that he gets sent back down a week later. And there's something there for sure. And he's not young. What is he now, 28 or so?
He's 28.
28, yeah.
But that's another kid. He's just a baller.
Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy.
Yeah, well, I don't know if he's scrappy. He's going to be an all-star this year, I think,
For
based
sure.
on the way he's playing.
It's kind of weird. The year of runway or allowing these young guys to play, we really are like, okay, Walker Gorman. And those are still huge question marks, huge pieces. But the Herreras, Donovan had already been here and been pretty good. But these two are just taking off.
All right, I'm going to do my over-under on attendance today.
Okay.
It's daytime.
I know. I'm going 30,000 on the nose.
30,000. Okay. Martin?
Oh, no. Why don't you?
I prefer to go last.
Oh, okay.
Just because I'm still thinking, running some
Yeah, you got an
figures.
algorithm.
Yeah.
And what was it last night, Tim? Over 30?
31,000.
Wow. It's a day game, but I think people are getting.
There was some energy, as Jackson noted, in the
Yeah.
ballpark on that sack fly. That
The sack
place was
fly.
buzzing.
I mean, especially, I know we're doing the guessing game here, but Vic Scott stretching that play into a double, like easily, like a right fielder. I'd be like, hey, get on your horse a little. That's VS2 running the bases. And then Mason.
On your horse, son.
I thought it might be a triple, actually.
Yeah, I know. He could strike, but then like scoring on a side, like that's right there. Victor Scott manufacturing run. If you're a Cardinal fan and you see a young guy like that do exactly that in a game where you need a comeback, I mean, how does that not fire you up, not only for that moment, but the future, A guy like that at the bottom of the order, awesome.
In the whole scheme of things, the loss probably doesn't really matter. I mean, relatively speaking. But if they would have won it, they come back from a 4-run deficit against the Cy Young winner, especially when he was carving guys up for the first 5 innings, and you win it in a thrilling way, that would have done more for the momentum that's formed here in the market over the last 2.5 weeks.
I'm going to go 29.
Martin's going under.
I'll go 30,001 fans.
30,001.
That's what my numbers are telling me. Some of my sources.
30,001 fans. Friday will be probably your best chance to get a real gauge on something that is a non-weeknight, non-bad weather, because unfortunately, as of right now, the forecast for this weekend is a lot of rain. But Friday night should be pretty glorious. And today, what else could you ask for? I mean, my goodness. Jackson, we've been observing what we call the hawk, and the hawk is up today. I believe it is aggressively out of the north. And so if I'm picturing the ballpark, that means you're going to see balls flying out to right.
Yeah, I'm seeing winds out of the northwest at 7 miles per hour with gusts up to 16 miles per hour as we currently sit.
Yeah, I can't give a recommended underplay today with these, with looking at the wind and knowing that the wind is expected to be aggressive. So, Doug, I know the Tam Avenue Capital Partners like to allocate funds to the under on Busman special, but we're not saying it's not going to happen. We're just not advising it. Yeah. Plus, we had the unfortunate fifth cash call of the month. And so we're just trying to maybe manage these funds before I have to meet that kid from Fox who runs the book I bet through in the parking lot at the Cracker Barrel in Arnold.
Oh. And he might tough you around if you don't pay up?
He's indicated more or less that there's a buddy of his with a peach fuzz mustache that is interested in disposing of me.
Oh, gosh.
Ooh, wind picking up in the afternoon, it's looking like.
Final score, Tim, to add to the attendance game. Final score, 7-5. Cards win the series.
Oh, and the over covers.
Lefty on the mound, though, and Gorman starting.
But he's not going to be out.
Yeah, it's, I guess, a bullpen start.
I'll say 8-5.
Oh, my God.
And the series doesn't really matter. It's how many wins you get over the course of the year. I mean, it's fun to talk about a series. It really doesn't matter. I'll say 8-5 Redbirds.
I need to know how long, what's this dude's name? The bullpen opener? Herrera?
Yeah, Brat.
He goes
Bart.
Brant. Charlie XCX.
Brant.
Am I right about that?
Brant
Charlie
Brown.
XCX?
She had a very Brat summer.
She's starting for, I got to like the Cardinals.
You'd have to think, yeah, a young British woman.
Brant.
Isn't she Scottish, though?
Ooh, I think she's British.
Now the Tam Avenue Capital Partners have just gotten active.
Okay.
She is half Scottish.
All right.
I think she's half Indian, half Scottish.
She's definitely half Indian, but I thought she was half British.
Doug, bet 20% of your roll.
Do we really
English singer-songwriter.
Scottish?
English singer. She's born in Cambridge.
Okay.
I'm not done with this bet. Because if Doug just lost 20% of his bankroll, I feel a responsibility here.
Another cash call's coming.
God bless America. We can't keep doing these cash calls.
This is you. Just give me a pile. Just drop over a little pile of cash. I'll take a bunch, give you a little bit back.
I'll take a bunch, give a little bit back.
That's
the pro forma?
Yeah, I think that led to a station maybe going off the air, but it's not the best model.
Brant Herrera. Brant.
Yeah. Oh, I said that like 3 times.
Did you?
It's okay.
All right.
It's okay. The Lions are strong.
Her father is Scottish. Doug, collect your winnings, and Jackson will collect an apology.
I just don't care if he's Scottish or
British. But you just won 20%.
Okay. Who knows who her dad is?
Wikipedia?
Oh, okay. Her father is Scottish. All right. Well, but born in England.
Yeah, but I said she's half Scottish.
Okay. Fair enough.
Doug, pay Doug.
I'm not paying him nothing.
Oh, come on.
What do I owe him?
I don't know.
20% of his bankroll.
That's
What's your
right.
bankroll again?
Bankroll for betting or personal net worth, or what kind of bankroll?
Whichever you prefer to answer.
I guess personal net worth.
Okay. Can I pay in installments?
Well, I prefer cash.
Cash installments.
No installments.
Tim, I will happily step in to get disappeared at the Arnold Cracker Barrel because St. Louis needs to hear your little voice. That's from Average Size Shabangas.
That's the guy's name? What an unfortunate name. Average Size Shabangas.
Winning series matters. Ask LaRussa.
It doesn't matter.
And how can you win more than you lose if you don't win series? You probably wanted in the Helsley in there in the 9th last night. LOL.
I was disappointed that I didn't get to see Hell's Bells and the lights.
You wanted to go crazy when he
badly.
came out there.
Yeah, I wanted to see it. I've never seen it live and in person. I've always wondered what they do during a day game. You know, the lights turning off doesn't really affect anything.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to find out today, buddy.
But I always also wonder about the bullpen catchers when they turn all the lights off. If there is a ball in midair, they get slammed with one.
The reason why I'm asking about this, Brat Summers, who's pitching?
Brat Summers, yep.
Thank you.
Brat Summers pitching for the Tigers?
Yeah, and then
she's on the match game? She's on the match game, though.
And is it SOMERS? MERS or 1?
And then Charlie XCX will be coming in around the 4th inning.
Her husband was Jack Klugman.
Who? Odd Couple with Tony Randall?
Right.
Quincy.
That's how she got on the match game.
And she's pitching.
Yes. And she's been dead for years.
You tweeted her Nepo baby? So one of the best wizards I follow, this isn't like that, I don't know who you follow on
Bear
Instagram.
Down? I won't hear you besmirch his name.
Jackson follows an Instagram account called Bear Down.
Shout out to Bear Down, Mikey V.
Derek Carty loves Brent Herter's strikeout total today. Over 1.5 is at plus 105. I'm reading what Derek Carty says.
1.5?
Is plus 105.
One inning of work he's got to dust off, too.
So that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm like, okay, if he's only pitching an inning.
Maybe he can go.
He's only going to pitch.
What do we got on this? Because he's got over 2.5 plus 300 and over 3.5 plus 800. And this guy, he's a sharp, and he puts out his record. This isn't like a tout that just goes into hiding when he loses.
So he's saying over?
My model.
He's saying over?
Yes.
Well, then when you think that Brat Summers will be at least going through the order
That's
once?
why I'm asking about this.
Probably going through the order once, I would think. Bullpen start, the first guy usually goes at least one time through the order.
Well, they didn't earlier in the series. They had a bullpen start in the first game of the series. The guy went three hitters, and they all got hits.
Yeah, I do remember. I thought that was,
I'm trying to make Doug more money after you pay him for the Charlie XCX dad being Scottish play.
Well, I'm going to have to question the Tigers if they're going to put their starter out there for one inning. I want to go one time through the order. Been pretty good. He's got 2.3 ERA.
Listen, if Derek Carty says it, I got to take it seriously.
He's got 21 Ks on the year. I don't know.
Well, Doug, do you feel good now about the bet?
I do, yeah. I've already got, we said 20% of my net worth, so I got like $40 million coming.
Yeah, 20%. That's
If he goes 3 innings, he's only got to get 2 Ks.
If he pitches 3 innings, I like going over
take a look at this guy's game log before I start firing bets around with this guy. Because this guy down at Fox, I'm telling you, it's a problem. He hasn't thrown more than an inning in an appearance since May 7th.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
And he's only thrown more than 2 innings twice. He does get some Ks when he goes out there, though. He's a strikeout pitcher.
Yeah. They were striking out last night.
.96 whip. He hasn't tossed more than 30 pitches in an appearance since April 26th.
See, this is like a first quarter football bet where if it doesn't happen in the first second, then you're really in bad shape.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
Like if the first guy flies out, you're like sweating really hard. Cause
I'm just trying to make people money out here. That's all I'm trying to do. Jackson, you better pay on that Scottish bet.
To Doug?
To Doug.
Okay. Damn it.
Martin, you got onboarding?
Big day of onboarding. Also, Carnival Day. Kids got Carnival.
Oh, yeah. What do you think about the Wednesday Carnival? I don't know.
I don't mind it. Kids get out of school. They just go busting out of those doors. Just can't wait.
So school's out, and then the carnival's sitting right there for
them? They have
them?
a short day of school, then they
that's pretty glorious.
Bust right out into the parking lot and just go bananas.
Oh, that's pretty. Now I might be more on board.
Then there's a couple of days where the carnies, God bless them, are out there putting the rides together, and the young kids are just staring out there in class, just thinking about getting on that salt and pepper ride.
They got Chuck-a-Luck there?
I don't know.
St. Gabriel's has a great Chuck-a-Luck booth.
Doug, you're Mount Rushmore of carnivals at local grade schools.
Oh, if you don't have George Washington.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't put St. Gabe's on there, I guess, because I've never been there to judge it. It sounds kind of like a low-budget operation.
St. Catherine Labouré probably has a great...
Yeah, St. Kitty's.
Sure.
Yeah, Kirkwood.
Take your carnival.
Yeah, Lindbergh
St.
had a heck of a carnival.
Holy Redeemer.
Yeah, I'd go those.
Holy Redeemer. Used to be the Penguins, not the Penguins anymore.
Is that right?
Yeah. We'll talk more about it tomorrow when you're back.
They kind of got rid of their whole
grade school picnics.
Hey, Jackson, tomorrow, what segment do you want to do? Grade school picnic carnival.
Why Holy Redeemer switched its mascot?
I say dedicate the whole C block to it.
Okay.
There's your Stiefel dossier. 618 says strikeouts aplenty. Remember, Walker and Gorman are in the lineup today. I got to tell you, this guy says 618's making a lot of sense to me.
But if he's only going to pitch the inning, theoretically, he wouldn't get to those guys.
30 pitches.
30 pitches.
If Derek Carty said, I'm just telling you.
Okay. Hey,
Derek Carty, Tam Avenue Capital Partners. Derek Carty. If you get that kind of backing, I'm just telling you. Doug, I'm just telling you. You got to feel
30 pitches would be 2 efficient innings.
Yeah. Right. Probably not allowing more than 1 or 2 base runners.
Right.
By the way, Holiday says Lance was great.
Oh, how about that?
Red Jacket checking
How
in.
about that? There
From
he is.
Oklahoma.
All right, Martin, enjoy onboarding. We'll come back with more. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Thunder defeat the Timberwolves last night 114-88. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, his whole life is consistent, 31 points, 9 assists. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, you wanted some Charlie XCX. You're
really
getting a classic from, I feel good about 2012, 2014 range, so I'm going to say 2013.
2014, almost positive, because the film Fault in Our Stars featured this this song, which was a teenage book/movie phenomenon. So, Charlie XCX has been in our lives for a long time, Doug.
Charlie XX.
XCX.
XCX. That's the first time I'm hearing about it.
Her. Well, she made you 20% of your bankroll when you bet that she was Scottish.
Oh, that's right. The same one, yeah.
I allocated some funds on Brat Summers strikeouts. I did it. If Derek Canty, Chris Canty says to make a play, I got to make the play.
What was the play again? How many strikeouts?
Over 1.5.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You could get that. Yeah.
So I don't know. So just know that if I'm not here tomorrow at 7, there's a guy, peach fuzz mustache, okay, and he hangs up by the water tower out in Arnold. He's got an '88 Impala,
right?
Great rims, by the way.
White walls.
Yeah, they're nice, kind of like an old money thing.
Yeah,
that's the suspect. All right, and now if Brat Summer has a big day strikeout wise, I might come in here in a mink coat tomorrow.
And then just subwoofer in your trunk.
And a subwoofer.
It would be fun to retire somewhere in Hawaii and you ask the guy next to you, how'd you make your money? Well, it was, on Wall Street for many years. How about you? Well, I bet on a relief pitcher getting more than 1.5 strikeouts.
Soft toss and lefty for Detroit. Through 2 strikeouts. And now here I am on the Big Island.
I guess you could do it if you bet enough, right?
Sure.
What makes you think I didn't?
Okay.
Just because I threw it during a commercial break?
Well, good luck to you.
Tim put down a small nation's GDP on this
Thank you, Jackson.
Really?
ESPN just released its top 50 MLB prospects. How many do you think the Cardinals have on there, Doug Vaughn?
Top 50 in Major League?
Well, the top of Major League organizations.
The top 50 from all minor leaguers. Oh, they probably have... how about 1?
Okay, that's correct. Nice.
Is that the catcher? The catcher? Crick or Crunk? I forget his name. Left-handed hitting catcher?
Was that Little John? And he had a chalice.
I don't know.
And people don't.
They've got a catcher that they like. Jimmy somebody starts with
Jimmy
a C.
Somerville's with the Communards.
No, different guy.
Snuggerud. He plays for the Blues.
Snipes.
Yeah. Snuggeroodle.
Is that it? The catcher?
No. It's sad because he's been a guest on the show. Seriously. It's like you didn't even pay attention.
He's been a guest. The top prospect?
That's right.
And he's already been sent down.
They've
never been called up.
Yeah.
Do you have a pearl necklace on?
Oh, the pitcher. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sure. The left-handed pitcher. Yeah. Oh, him. Yeah. His name is so obvious I don't even need to repeat it now because everyone knows who he is.
And it's also a shortstop. And his name is J.J. Weatherholt.
Son of a sack.
He was quite a delight on the show, too.
He was a delight.
Yeah. He was great.
What's the pitcher's name I'm forgetting?
Quinn Matthews is the one with the pearl necklace.
He didn't make top 50.
Did not.
Okay.
They seem like younger guys than those guys. I don't know. They don't seem like a lot of these guys are MLB-ready players.
The number 1 prospect in baseball, anybody know it?
Initials, please.
Kind of a good nerd topic. R.A.
Ronald Allen? Ron Allen?
No, sir.
Randy Albertson?
Roman Anthony with the Red Sox.
Roman Anthony. Okay, I was going to say that.
Bubba Chandler of the Pirates is 2.
Okay.
Cardinals with 1 on that list. So.
And where is he?
He's at 32.
32. Well, he's very young. He's just out of high school, right?
Drafted in 23, I want to say.
Over the next 21 hours between now and tomorrow's show, we will go home and we'll look at our encyclopedias.
All right,
and
we'll
we
look
will
these
see
guys up. Okay.
What J.J. Weatherholt did between the ages of 18 and 20. And we will come back and we will have that as a TMA exclusive for you.
Okay.
But that information is not readily available.
It isn't.
The audience understands that and they're supportive of it.
We're going to have to go to the library, maybe get a World Book Encyclopedia.
Correct.
And see if we can find him.
7th overall.
You just hope that nobody has pulled out the W book from the encyclopedia. Otherwise, we won't have it for you.
Yeah. 7th overall pick, 2024 draft.
He was a Mountaineer.
West Virginia.
Yeah, he's 22 years
Victor
old.
Scott, I remember talking
Yes.
about it. It's like, were you even at spring training?
Well, I forgot most of what happened yesterday, much less 2 months ago.
Hey, then maybe you need to talk to the people at Mentality. If you're dealing with low energy, low motivation, you're tired all the time, weight gain, muscle loss, especially belly fat, feeling anxious, moody, or irritable, those are symptoms of low testosterone. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. I went out there. I got tested. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. It is Mentality, and if you are interested, you go to mentalityhealth.com/radio. Be the dad who can keep up with the kids. Be the husband your spouse knows you can be. mentalityhealth.com/radio. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today coming up in about 20-25 minutes. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. half Scottish.
I'll eat it. You know what?
Tim, if you need a capital investment for the Tam Avenue Capital Partners, I will pull my money out of retirement early for you. Don't worry about paying it back. That's from MD 2020.
Don't worry about paying back my retirement fund.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, it just doesn't seem realistic. Is he going to go back to work? He's also willing to go back and start a new career at age 86? Just so you can have a little more money?
Well, I mean, it's the Tam Avenue Capital
an investment.
Partners. Okay. It's an investment. That's exactly right. And we're basing it on Brat Summers' strikeout total today.
It's not Brat Summers.
It was a Brat Summer last year, though.
But that's not who's pitching today.
Close enough.
It's Brent Herrera.
You don't know that.
Well, I'm looking at it right now on ESPN. Not true. So they're wrong. It's actually Brat Summers.
Brat Summers.
Who's married to Jack Klugman. Okay.
Tony Randall. That's a banger, Jackson. That's from Kwame Voyukas IV.
Confirmed.
Who is sideways with Martin, but I guess he's on board with you.
Oh, I mean, that was from the album Brat, and that was, this is quality tunes.
Dear Jackson, I really want to apologize for the years of teasing and using you as the target of my stupid jokes. I want to make it up to you. I want to let you take half the profits from the sale of the wedding night video of Kai taking the strap.
No.
You're the best. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Well, you're getting a lot of support in this segment.
It's a nice olive branch. I think I'll have to turn it down,
Tim, I'd also be happy to withdraw, but mine would be for my 401k if you need some cash. I'm willing to take the penalty. That's from Connie Lassiter and
You can
Greg
take the
Bickle.
tax penalty for early withdrawal. Doggone it.
Hey, Tim, MLB lists Quinn Matthews at number 40. Nice show prep, ass! It's from the 618. That may, in fact, be true. However, as noted when we gave the list, it was ESPN's list from Kylie McDaniel this morning, updated top 50, which therefore does not have anything to do with Baseball Prospectus's list.
And he's the guy who's part Scottish?
That's Charlie
That was the
XCX.
singer.
Charlie XCX.
Someone around here is part Scottish.
50% Scottish, matter of fact.
But it says English singer-songwriter. If she's born in England, is she also not English?
Well, I mean, am I Irish?
Yes, your cultural heritage is Irish, but
That's
you're
fine.
not an Irish American.
The judge is going to hold you in contempt.
Okay. I always wanted to be held in contempt. That's always my favorite part of a courthouse drama. I will hold you in contempt.
We had to sue an advertiser. Not many, considering how long we've been around. God, I don't know, like 15 years ago. Guy walks in. It was producer Joe was the account rep, and it was a bar and grill. I shan't be naming.
Sure.
I don't believe it's around anyway. And the owner, and he owed us money. He didn't dispute it. He goes, "I'm not paying. Sue me." So we did. And then he walks in, and he's so pissed that we actually did what he told us to do. And he like kind of came charging at us. It was like in a courtroom.
Oh my God!
And then he gets up on the stand, and I guess he thought he could tough around. And the judge goes, "One more word like that, and I'm holding you in contempt." And I go, "This is great." So then he had to pay the bill plus the penalty, and he nearly got tossed in jail.
Oh my God!
Huh.
Yeah, so I've seen it. I haven't seen somebody actually be warned.
Yeah, that's how I just want to, and I want to be able to say, objection sustained. I want all.
Your Honor, he's badgering the witness.
Yeah. Where's this line of questioning going? Have it stricken from the record.
Mm-hmm.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com is how you can email in Morrison Woods Wacko after the supportive text to Jackson. My favorite part of the show is hearing confirmation that a majority of listeners have zero liquidity and their emergency fund is their 401k/IRA, which carries a 10% penalty in early withdrawal. It's from the Morrison Woods Wacko, and Doug, he's wealth shaming the audience with that.
It sounds like it. That's where most people's retirement is, isn't it? 401k.
Or they're home.
You guys mentioned this the other day, but I was too scared to ask. What's a K1?
A K1 is different.
Now Morrison Woods Wacko's coming for you.
That's what
and
reminded
Mr.
me
Licks.
about it.
So if you have equity in a business, your tax form is a K1.
As opposed to like a W-2.
Right.
Gotcha.
And Mr. Lick says he does not care of the opinions of those who collect salaried jobs. So it's hurting a lot of people right now.
It's relatable take.
It is. I'll hold Doug in contempt of I'll hold Doug in contempt, but by contempt I mean by his legs.
Oh,
some little Warren County wizard.
Get your hands off my legs.
What the hell's going on?
It's like that.
He's going to come and start pulling on my legs?
It's like the guy that used to call in, and I don't even think he went on the air. What's the word of the day? Legs.
Spready.
Spread the word.
Come on the air.
Spready.
We'd come on the air.
James Carlton is a longtime sponsor of this program. We're grateful for the support. 314-961-4800. That is the number you call. You call there right now. You're going to talk to somebody in the office in Webster Groves. I made the switch 6 years ago. I recommend you make the switch as well. You'll be thrilled with the results. You type James Carlton State Farm in Google. I'm doing it right now. I'll be transparent with you. 424 five-star reviews. You're going to see the staff, and the staff's like 8 people. Why does he have a staff like that? To make sure that, number one, anytime anybody has a need, it's tended to right away. And number two, that the people at the office are always looking for ways to save the customer's money. People, of course, appreciate that. There's a very good chance that your insurance went up year over year. You have about 30 seconds to invest in calling James at 314-961-4800, and what most likely will be a return on that call because they're going to find a way to save you money. You're going to go, man, I'm glad I made this phone call. There is a huge difference between James Carlton and most insurance agents. I'm speaking to it firsthand because I'm a client. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton State Farm. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. It is that time of year. It's home improvement season, and Universal Windows Direct has all the incentive you could ever want to get your home ready for the summer in St. Louis. It's Universal Windows Direct, and they have a great offer for TMA listeners. Right now, during their home improvement season sale, you'll get an incredible 50% off your windows. Yes, that's half off. You heard it right. You can upgrade your home with beautiful, energy-efficient windows for half the cost. But it gets even better. For a limited time, you'll get no interest and no payments for 12 months. That's a whole year to enjoy your new windows before you pay a single cent. Here's the cherry on top. You'll receive a free entry door with your window purchase. That's style, comfort, and savings all in one. So why wait? There's no better time than home improvement season to give your home the upgrade it deserves. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. This May, celebrate comfort, curb appeal, and serious savings with Universal Windows Direct. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Story in The Athletic this morning, Doug.
Okay.
College football expansion talks now. It looks like starting in 2026, there will be 16 teams in the playoffs. Ralph Russo of The Athletic with this story, which quotes anonymous sources, saying the initial focus of the discussions was a move from 12 to 14 teams, with a 16-team field a fringe possibility, mostly because of one vexing issue. When would 4 more early round playoff games happen? And now 16 seems to be the sweet spot because access trumps everything else when it comes to the playoff. Just like when college football playoff architects jumped from 4 to 12 teams during the initial expansion discussions, going bigger is usually an event idea everyone can support. Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti has dug in on the Big Ten getting 4 automatic qualifiers for his conference. Greg Sankey of the SEC has not been forcefully pushing back, and the group's other members appear to be building a format around those bids as best they can. Quote, everyone else in the room feels like multiple automatic qualifiers for conferences makes it an invitational, said one person involved in the discussions. The Athletic spoke to 7 people involved in or briefed on the CFP Management Committee's talks over the last 5 months. They spoke on condition of anonymity because no one has been authorized to speak publicly about what has turned into another drawn-out and increasingly complicated CFP negotiation. Quote, it's being held hostage, one source said. The committee's next in-person meeting, its 4th since Ohio State beat Notre Dame to win the championship in January, is scheduled for mid-June. And while deadlines have been mostly theoretical when it comes to CFP decisions over the years, all participants feel it's ideal to set a format for the 2026 season before the 2025 season begins. And at this moment, it looks like it will be 16 teams going into a playoff starting in 2026. The deal expires following this season.
Okay. Well, the 16 teams doesn't bother me. If they're going to continue to pay these players so much as they're getting, they need every revenue source they can get. And if you add another game or two, that's millions of dollars pumped into the whole system. Right. I don't like automatic bids for conferences. I think they should have to earn them every year. Not just be given
feel that
to them.
same way, too.
It seems prisoner of the moment because, yes, Big Ten and SEC have been outstanding and usually always are. But you look at the ACC, Florida State, Clemson, Miami, all of those teams have proven they can be top dog. And now if you're giving them less or the Big 12 less, might work right now, but what happens in a couple of years if things change?
So Petitti is mentioned in the article in The Athletic, has pitched the Big Ten ADs on creating 2 championship weekend play-in games to determine which of the league's teams receive at least 2 of the automatic bids. Championship game participants would qualify for 2 automatic qualifiers, while teams ranked 3rd through 6th would face off for the other 2.
I don't mind that. It's more meaningful college football games, super meaningful and high energy.
The Big 12 and ACC with fewer automatic qualifiers would be more limited in how they would expand their championship weekends. More importantly, having half as many automatic qualifiers as the Big 10 and SEC creates a huge perception problem for the leagues, sending a message to both recruits and potential business partners that the ACC and Big 12 are half as good as college football's top tier. Growing the field to 16 teams would open up a possible alternative to the 4-4 SEC Big 10, 4-4, 2-2 Big 12 ACC 1-1 plan by giving the Big 12 and ACC an extra auto bid, but with stipulations. The Big 12 and ACC's 3rd automatic qualifiers in a 4-4, 3-3, 1-1 model would have to reach a minimum selection committee ranking, possibly number 18, to make the playoff. If not, those would become at-large spots open to any teams from any conference.
It's getting confusing. I don't know. I know that they have to play as many games as possible for the money. And I suppose if you give teams or conferences automatic bids, maybe they're more likely to play better competition in their non-conference games, knowing that maybe we can lose another game.
Well, the SEC is likely to expand to 9 conference games now.
Yeah.
So that will reduce one of the slap and tickles.
Yeah, I like that. I hate the slap and tickles.
I hate the
Absolutely
slap and tickles, too.
I hate the fact that almost half the season is just a throwaway, meaningless nothing.
And then you win all 4 of those and then win 2 other games and go to a bowl and call it a success.
Yeah, third of the season, not half. But
they're talking about when they would play these if they had a 16-team bracket.
Yeah.
One alternative is to eliminate buys and play 8 first-round games over the weekend. That approach is highly unlikely to advance. More likely, the CFP would look to start a week earlier on what has traditionally been Army-Navy weekend, with the 4 lowest seeds, 13 through 16, playing their way into the second weekend's 6-game bracket.
Yeah, you could just move the Army-Navy game to the start of the season, like make it the kickoff event. I think I've seen someone talk about that before.
There's Army and Navy on board with that.
Yeah, that's very fair. But I think it would be like, I don't know, I think that'd be a cool way to start every football season with the Army-Navy
Or
game.
play it sometime around Veterans Day.
Yeah, November-ish.
Oh, wow. After an article in The Athletic saying the tush push would be vanquished, breaking news 1 minute ago. A ban on the tush push, a play that the Eagles popularized, did not receive enough votes at today's league meeting in Minneapolis. The play will remain legal for the upcoming season.
And the Eagles social media team was quick on it. They had a post ready to go. It's a shot of looking from like the defensive safety position, and Jalen Hurts there looking like he's ready for a tush push, and it says push on.
How about that? The Eagles tush push lives on. They thought it was going to be struck down. It did not, so the tush push lives on. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Coming up, it's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update that's driven to you by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals try winning another series today, 12:15, first pitch. Andre Puente toeing the slab for the Redbirds. There's another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, one of the things we appreciate with our audience over the years is when they're wrong, they apologize.
Do they?
Yep.
Okay.
And I think we've got an apology here. Tim, I missed the ESPN part of that top 50 of baseball prospects. My apologies to you and to your baby blues. Would you like to get drinks later? Maybe a little slap and tickle. Doug, there's a chair for you. It's from the 618.
I don't want a chair. I'm worried about the guy who wants to come in and hold my legs.
It's a different texture. You can tell us about the Collier and Thompson phone lines, though. I know that.
Well, Collier and Thompson is just a great place to go if you need your housework done, maybe a kitchen redone or a basement remodeled or a master bathroom. They can do it all. Anything in your house that needs updating. Collier and Thompson is right there. Maybe you're tired of the same old kitchen but don't have the finances for a new kitchen. Well, you can give my friends at Collier and Thompson a call. The number of partial kitchen remodels are doing increases each year, and with the high-quality appliances they have there, like Bosch and Thermador, Wolf, and Sub-Zero, you can understand why. You don't have to redo the whole kitchen if you don't want. You just do part of it, and even that makes a huge difference. One thing about Collier and Thompson, and this is the important part, is this is a company you can trust. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home and who's going to back up their work. Collier and Thompson stands behind every job they do. During the process, they are always available to you. Should you need to make any changes or you just want to do the whole thing differently, they'll work with you and make sure that you are happy, because that's what they want, you to be happy, and then you'll tell everyone else. And this has been going on in St. Louis since the 1950s. That's when Collier and Thompson started, and now they are the #1 remodeling place in St. Louis. They just do fantastic work. You can go to their website, look at some of the before and after pictures, and you'll agree that this is the place to go if you are serious about redoing your home. Collier and Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, right next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality, online at KyronThompson.com.
All right, time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Oh! Thank you for renewing your Microsoft Office 365 subscription. Doug, that's from Microsoft Subscriptions Portal.
Okay. That's the email. Microsoft Subscription
It looks like it's a spam email, though.
Oh, well.
Subscription.3449312845897 at EasyMail.
Well, if he got in there, he's eligible. Microsoft Subscription
Leader in the
Portal.
clubhouse.
Yeah, not a bad little email.
If Big Tank wrote in today, I will be competing for second place. This weekend, I stopped in at my buddy Jake's house. When I walked in, I see Martin on the TV. I just assume he's watching the news. We got to talking and shooting a breeze. About a half hour goes by and Kilcoyne's still on the TV. So what's the deal with the news? Seems like Martin's been doing the sports the whole time I've been here. I say to my buddy Jake, I'm just watching some Kilcoyne reruns. I love this guy. I put together this little montage of Martin's segments. What a freak. I mean, Martin is kind of a cutie, but come on. Vaughn is who we simp for around here.
Okay.
Hashtag Doug is a cutie. Hashtag I love Tim. Hashtag free Dotem. That's from Joey Vitale's Face Dong.
Joey Vitale's Face Dong.
Let's see. Hello, gentlemen. Tank. Big Tank. Big Tank Del Vecchio. I ain't had a man that big since the summer '07 when I did the hanky-panky with the valet at Del Taco. Is the valet at Del Taco cute?
I don't know.
There's a valet there?
Is that the one by St. Louis U? Is
The
that
spaceship
Del
one?
Taco?
Yeah. Valet.
Okay.
It was a quick summer, full of street tacos and crank. On top of Big Tank's girth is his wallet, Amex Black, never-ending money clip, and a membership at Belle Reve. Want to play bridge, bitches? I'm finally free when I sit my BBL in that upholstered chair with my Aperol Spritz and my Victorian playing cards. Come at Big Tank, you come at me. Also, don't forget to order your last-minute charcuterie and needlepoint for graduations. If you order in the next hour, you get 95% off.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Act fast.
Sounds like Temu.
By appointment only. Doug, that's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, and it looks like
I want that hat.
She included a picture of herself in this one.
Oh,
and
there
it's
she
a picture.
is.
It looks like she's at a country club with a
just a
cigar
cutie. All right.
and a golf widow hat.
Self-made, stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
That proves that it's a woman.
Yeah, that's
proves
it.
it.
That wraps it up. I'm here at Fat Buddha Studios. The flavor he achieved on his meatloaf was absolutely sensational. A dry rub of rosemary, lemon zest, and a hint of something enigmatic assaulted my nostrils. It slid out of my father-in-law's diaper, unchanged for 6 hours, now sagging near his compression socks. Taste the char, taste the essence, Doug. That's from Brown Coin Slot.
Didn't like it. Brown coin slot.
Finally,
Didn't like it.
Say Hawkins, Doug. Just kidding. I think we all know the lead is the passing of George Wendt. While most people know him as Norm from Cheers, today I choose to remember him and his role as Macaulay Culkin's father in the music video for Michael Jackson's Black or White. We flash back to Thursday, November 14th, 1991, when this video debuted at 7:30 p.m. on Fox immediately following The Simpsons. It opens with Macaulay Culkin, fresh off Home Alone, rocking out in his bedroom to the chagrin of his father, played by Wendt, who was downstairs trying to enjoy that day's infidelity special that he had presumably taped on his VCR. Wendt marches upstairs and yells at Culkin to go to bed. Yada, yada, yada. Culkin uses an electric guitar and amp turned all the way up, a la Marty McFly, and blasts Wendt through the roof and over the moon. Fun fact, Culkin's mom was played by the same actress who played Jesse Pinkman's mom in Breaking Bad. The extended 11-minute video is absolute bad crap, and you can watch it on YouTube. Speaking of bad crap, we need to talk about the Iger sanction, the Clint Eastwood raunchy spy picture that was released in theaters on May 21st, 1975, exactly 50 years ago today. Eastwood plays a retired government assassin who now dabbles in teaching art history and sexually harassing co-eds. In one scene, a blonde female student played by Candace Rowson tells Eastwood she'd be willing to do anything to get a better grade. Then Eastwood tells her, go on home, break out the books, and study your little ass off. That's the best way to maintain a B average. Then he taps her ass and adds, don't study it all off. Wonderful. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the recessed lady's breast. Doug, that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Well, today I'm going to go with the self-made, stay-at-home Ledoux mom because I was happy to see the picture and to know that she is, in fact, real.
There you go. That confirms it.
I'm going to go coin slot.
Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom mounting a Sunday charge. Congratulations, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. BK and Ferrari are up next for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.